Hello. Let me quickly click a couple of things. And let's check the audio because my mic broke down, so we're using webcam mic. Let's hear how that sounds. Sounds like shit. As I expected it to, but I have no other way of doing it. I tried to use maybe my headphones microphone, but it was even worse. So today's stream won't have great audio quality because literally my mic just broke and I have to buy a new one. And you know that this is the perfect timing for mic breaking. Not after the stream, not like, I don't know, at the beginning of the week. Amazing. Timing is amazing. And how is audio on YouTube? Let me check. Ba 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 ba. 1 2 2 1 2 2. Microphone check. Okay, yeah, so sorry for that. Today's stream might not have the best audio. Let me know how does it sound on your end, guys. I will try my best to speak as loud as I can. I also might increase my mic just a little bit before I go into the overdrive, and we'll try to survive today's stream with that audio setup. Once again, sorry, that's why also the stream got a little bit delayed. I was trying to figure out a way to use any of the other mics that I have on me, and I didn't have time to quickly set up my studio microphone because I still have it from back in the days, but I don't know where my preamp is. So sorry for all the audio quality, but I hope I'll be able to make up for it with the things that we'll be talking about. And what we'll be talking about today? Well, last stream I was trying to make like I had a prototype of certain sorts, and I wanted to generalize logic from that prototype into like a component that I could attach to anything, and it will work on any other actor and it would play an animation. But I don't want to use timeline components, right? And yeah, that's kinda where I realized, well, I was always talking about the stream where I would be finding out how to animate things in engine, because I don't really have experience with that. I only been playing anim montages from C++ perspective, or level sequences, etc, etc. And now I'm at this type of prototypes where sometimes I want to just launch an animation and I don't want it to be on timeline component. I don't want it to be on like some custom solution where I'm creating a curve and then doing some blueprint scripting to read that curve and apply it on tick to whatever parameter of my actor. I want something that I could like key and play it everywhere, right? Without creating a whole freaking setup. And I want to see how far you can go with the in-engine animation. I'm not sure if it will be only one parter or two parters stream. We will see. I want to see how much I can get without turning objects into skeletal meshes, and if I have to turn like, I don't know, a cube or something else into skeletal mesh, then what way and how I can animate that shit. So without further ado, let me maybe bring this up a little bit. And how would we even start this shit? How about just opening up the page from the documentation, right? I hope your Sunday is going a little bit better than mine. Broken microphone and shitty weather outside, so I hope your Sunday morning or evening or whenever you're listening to is a little bit better than mine right now. So yeah, let's see what the old Epic Games Unreal Engine documentation has to say about that stuff to us. We got the sequencer, okay, we got control rig, of course, and paper 2D, and objects. I want to animate objects first. You can use sequencer to create an edit stage animation, blah blah blah. Let's click on that first and see what's going on in here. It looks like a level sequence. Okay, sequencer basics. Okay, I don't think we'll be going through everything in here. Actor sequence component, that's interesting. Because what I am searching for is a way to animate, for example, a cube or a sphere or whatever, really, an object that is not a static, that is not a skeletal mesh, and play it on the actor, regardless of which level it is in, right? So, for example, actor sequence component sounds like an actor component that could play a level sequence without needing specific level or whatever. I'm not sure. When working with and creating sequences, there might be situations where you want to reuse the functionality of a sequence in another places or instances. With actor sequence plugin, it's a whole fucking plugin. I didn't know that. And the actor sequence component, it is possible to embed sequences directly into actor blueprint. And this is an experimental feature. Okay. This enables reuse of sequences by binding the animations to the blueprint instance and triggering them automatically or through the event graphic blueprint. Additionally, you can add an actor sequence component to any actor in the world to add animations to a single instance of an actor. In this how-to guide, you'll create a blueprint with the embedded sequence that animates and changes the color of a spotlight over time. Alright! I like it! We already have like a quick how-to guide. Is it super long? No, it isn't. But it's funny because they are saying it's experimental, right? And look at this. It is UI from Unreal Engine 4, not Unreal Engine 5. And it is an example, third person example from the Unreal Engine 4, not 5. Those are icons from Unreal Engine 4. So the question is this actor sequence component an experimental since Unreal Engine 4? It doesn't bode well. It's not very inviting, but fuck it, let's see it. Maybe let's look at it at new level. Yeah, it can be open world, I don't care that much. Okay, but first I still would have to do like a restart, right? Because I have to go like sequence. It's still an experimental, but it's turned on by default. And there's like utilities for animating an Unreal Engine sequencer. Cinematic pre-screen. Whoa. Whoa, there's a couple of other things in here. Here's something called customizable sequencer tracks that provides a blueprint table track type that can be added to the sequencer. I wonder what that is all about. And I wonder what Animator Kit is about. We will look into all of that shit. But first, okay, actor sequence is embedded in here. So let me create, it will be more on the testing side of things in my project. So how about I create a completely new folder for it, like animation R&D. And let's add a new blueprint class. It will just be an actor BP cube anim RND. Let's try to animate cube first, because of course it is the simplest one, right? And yeah, how's audio on your end, guys? If you're able to, you know, use chat, let me know, because I'm not sure if anything is audible at all because of my microphone breaking down. So I would be very in depth if you told me how audio is on your end. Coward, hey, what's good, what's good? What's up, what's up? On my end, what's good? I'm exploring animations in Unreal Engine and trying to do a little bit research and development of how I could set up some workflow for my prototype. And what's good is that my webcam microphone works, because my regular microphone broke down, Rode Lavalier, and I have to buy it for the next stream. I'll rethink my setup and use my old studio mic, but it would be way too much involved, like preamps, etc., or maybe buy like a completely new audio. Coward says audio is good, there's a little stream delay. Okay, I think we can survive with the stream delay, and I'm glad you can, my voice is audible to y'all. Because I was, for a second before the stream, I was scared that I would have to reschedule stream or think of setup where I will be using my phone as a microphone in some way, capacity. Yeah, those are the moments where just before you need to, you know, go online, your audio breaks down. And how are you doing, Coward? How is, you know, the weather out there where you live? How are you doing? What are you doing right now? How are you doing? Okay, this will be just cube, and they are saying to us to just add actor sequence component. Never use that shit. So let's see. Actor sequence. I only used level sequences like way in 2019 or something. Actor sequence. And what do we have here? Uses experimental class actor sequence component, and from the documentation and its visuals I can say that it's been an experimental since Unreal Engine 4. So that's fun, which means it might not be shippable. Great, okay, that's a big ass warning. Loop, don't loop, autoplay, but can I change which sequence is being played in here? Coward says, me personally, I'm doing great. Bible in the left hand, keyboard in the right. Alright, man. Alright, carry on. Alright. Coward, learning about swap back for arrays. Ah, yes. Yes, okay. The old school. I mean the old school. I made a mental shortcut. Yes, it reminds me of my days learning of C++. The funny thing is, right now at the day job, I don't really have too many chances to like do a lot of low-level programming and touch on like algorithms about, you know, sorting arrays, swapping elements, etc. It would be cool to get back to it at some point, because it feels like I might have forgotten half of it. Huh. But that's nice, that's nice. So how far along learning about arrays and the algorithms are you? Meanwhile, I will try to chase where... Oh, you can disable input from player during play. Okay, but that's not exactly. You can change the tick rate, grade, play rate, random start time, blah 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 blah. But I want to change one thing and one thing only. What sequence is being played? Because the way I see it, I want to have one actor sequence and just swap out sequences to be played. And how can I do it? I go like this. Oh, wait a second. So open director, and it did nothing. Okay, transform open binding tag manager, specifies options for tagging bindings within this sequence for external systems to reference as a persistent name. Open sequencer group manager, groups in sequence, restore pre-animated state, emulate as client. Lots of options, but the one thing that I would love to see is, okay, so it absolutely doesn't work the way I thought it would work, that I could just create an animation and just play it wherever. Okay. Coward says, it feels great to just rewrite everything from the ground up and watch it be so much better. Yeah, one of the better feelings, like learning something new, rewriting, refactoring, and then observing, the increased performance. And also probably the better API, etc. It is so great. So great. So great. Coward says, I wouldn't call myself experienced, but I guess I'm far enough along to love all of it, lol. Listen, finding the love for the whole thing is, one of the things that will make you great. There are lots of people that, are even working as programmers, right? And they don't love what they do. And I cannot imagine how not nice it might feel, right? How burned out you might feel, or kind of like dying inside, or I cannot imagine this state of being, right? When you are kind of doing the things and 8 hours a day or maybe more for work and not liking it, even though being great at it, it has to be hard, right? So if you love it all, then you're on the great path. You're on a great path, my friend. You're on a great path. So what are you aiming for with your learning experience right now? Do you want to write like some program right now? Maybe code a little game, or what is like your goal? Or is it just right now learning and then you'll figure it out? Because that's also amazing way. Coward asks, is what you're working on right now for a larger project or a game? Solo game, so I don't know if I would call it large game. Basically, here on stream I have a whole series dedicated to like making one game solo. On a day-to-day basis I work as a C++ gameplay programmer, and I kind of wanted to learn more about actual game design portion of the things, right? Because the way I work usually is I'm either talking to a game designer or I'm receiving a documentation of what needs to be created for the game. But I wanted to learn a little bit more how to come up with those design ideas, how to come up with ideas for play, how to iterate upon something until it actually feels fine to play, right? So I started prototype, super dirty, super quick, super ugly prototype in here, using only blueprint scripting in Unreal Engine, because also I wanted to gain a little bit more experience in that, right? Lots of my streams here are about, expanding horizons, going out of comfort zone, right? So I thought like, hey, why not hit two birds with one stone and get better at blueprint scripting, doing dirty and fast prototypes, and iterating on fun of play, and once I will get to the point where I'll be like, alright, it actually feels nice to play. I want to invite 2 of my friends that agreed to coming in here on stream and give them and receive feedback, you know, live online. If it feels fine, what should I tweak here and there, and that's where I will turn it into solo dev actual project, when I will restart everything from scratch, fresh new repository, C++ code, here we go, right? And right now I'm doing a little bit of research and development because I came to a situation where I want to animate things in engine, right? And there I used to do it with something called timeline component, but it is way too heavy on CPU. That's the first thing, and the second thing, it's not that reusable, or at least I don't like the way it is reusable. So right now I'm doing a little bit of research and development about how I could create some sort of prototype pipeline, or maybe it will be, you know, shipping pipeline for quick animations inside of the engine, so I could prototype faster and make some game mechanics faster. So yes, this research and development of in-engine animating is a part of a game, but I don't think I would call it larger. It's supposed to be a solo dev project, super small scope, because I want to release it at some point, or at least finish it, right? Finish it. It might not be the best game out there, but finish it, because I think all of us have skeletons in the closet, and by that I mean lots of projects, not necessarily delegated to game development or programming, but a lot of unfinished things that we started, projects in one way or the other. I have them by tons, and I would love to finish that at some point. That would be lovely. It will take a long time, as things tend to take, but you know, it would be lovely to finish it. Might not be the best, but finished will be a nice feature to have, you know. Covert says nice, yes. The skeletons in the closet, the unfinished projects, yes. Everyone has those, everyone has those. Some of them, they are being dropped for a good reason, but some of them are like, oh shit, I just got interested in a new thing. 2 years into a new thing. Oh shit, I had this old thing that I started. I don't feel like getting back to it, right? Or sometimes it is a month, sometimes it is a week. Coward says, I'm working on a Godot game right now. Godot! I never used Godot. I love the idea of Godot, the open source game engine, and I am crossing my fingers that at some point it will overtake Unity. That's the first thing, and then it will be able to go head to head with Unreal Engine when it comes to indie development, because I think it is needed. Blender did a lot for, you know, digital content creation when it came to be what it is right now, and I hope Godot is the exact next thing. So Coward says, I'm working on a Godot game right now. Yeah. And I want to give up on it so bad because I'm excited to keep learning Raylib. Okay, okay. But I must force myself to finish the project. Yeah, the forcing yourself to finish the project feels harsh, right? It's not easy to force yourself, especially if you don't feel the spark. Sometimes it is okay to leave a project if you learned enough, right? If the aim was not to finish something and release and learn the shipping phase of it or release phase of it, but more like, I don't know, tools or specific game design things, right? If the goal was to learn something, it's alright to maybe abandon a couple of things, right? But I get it that, you know, you started learning Raylib, which I need to Google what it is because I'm not sure if I understand. Ah, this is something new. I never knew about it. Look at this, guys. Did you just cause me to drop my project? Maybe. Raylib is a simple and easy to use library to enjoy video games programming. Ah. Huh. Not for adventurers, right? No fancy interface, no visual help, and no GUI tools, or it's just coding in pure Spartan programmer's way. Holy shit! Sounds like something I would, yeah, something that I would lose hours into. Looks lovely, man. Looks lovely. Sometimes, just to get back on the topic, it is okay to leave some projects. They're never meant to be finished. But sometimes finishing something into a shipping state brings a lot of experience. Coward says, I hope Godot overtakes Unity Unreal, and then I hope more open source competition comes around. Agreed, 100%. To me, it seems that Godot is well respected off the back of being open source rather than the technology itself being so much better. I don't know too much about how it is written or, you know, how the technology performs, right? So I cannot speak to that, but yes, most of the people that I talked with are supporting the open sourceness of the Godot so much because it is so needed on the market. It is so needed on the market that even if the technology wouldn't perform that well, it still will be supported because the open sourceness is so needed. Coward says, Raylib is so good. I always wanted to learn C in particular, but none of these game engines are very conducive to that. Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, there's C there? Wait, because I was thinking about getting back to C as well. I was thinking about if I had way more free time, I would want to, you know, maybe do a little engine in C, pure, just regular C. But I didn't know that it supports C. Raylib language bindings. You can use Raylib with multiple 60 plus bindings. Oh shit. Raylib is a C library. Oh shit. C, C++, B, brainfuck. Even brainfuck is being supported. C3, C sharp, common Lisp, D, factor, Fortran. Crazy. Haskell mentioned. GameDev would be happy. Java, Lua, of course, Lua, Node.js, Ruby, Free Pascal, Object Pascal, Python, R, Rust, of course, Ruby once again, Scope, Small Basic, Zig is here, holy shit, COBOL, holy, ooh. Nice, unmaintained language bindings, okay, unmaintained I'm not interested in, nice, it is in C. Written in plain C code, 99. Hell yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about like getting back to C and maybe doing like an entity component system engine if I had more time, because right now I barely have time for anything. But C is awesome. I love C. I love C. Especially as it feels like sometimes all the modern, not only modern, some of them old school, but modern qualities of C++ are only there to shoot yourself in the foot with. And let me explain what I mean. And by that I mean, a new thing gets popped up, lots of new C++ coding posts shows up of how you should do things, rewrites of the whole fucking packages is happening, everyone changes everything to the newest hotness in C++, right? And then it gets found out that, oh wait, there are so many drawbacks to this. Let's go back, right? And it takes a lot of time to learn how to use the new things in C++. So much so that I think I remember reading in the game engine architecture book that Naughty Dog stays like a couple of C++ versions behind, because it's super easy to use those new tools within C++ and then create mechanisms that you will hate yourself for creation and using them 4 years later down the line. While C C is simple. Yes, you can fuck up memory, but then it's your own fault. And you can try to fix that. I've been on a C-style imperative programming kick for like a year. I only recently learned about all that stuff with Mike Acton. Mike Acton! Yes, Mike Acton. Data-oriented design. To everyone who's right now wondering, what are we talking about? There's this guy, Mike Acton. I'm not sure if I remember where he worked. Yes, right now he's in Unity, but he used to work in Insomniac, Yes, Insomniac. He worked on game engines, really knowledgeable guy. He probably if you're a fan of Sony exclusives, you probably played games he worked on. And he has an awesome talk, data-oriented design in C++. I recommend it to everyone. Yeah, Mike Acton is great. I really recommend everyone to go take a peek at it. He is inspiring. Then Coward continues. I only recently learned about all the stuff with Mike Acton and data-oriented design, such as struct of arrays compared to array of structs. Yes, very important thing. Very important thing. Like, so much improving of performance when it comes to cache misses, etc., etc. Like, I really, really recommend. Maybe let me drop a link to the talk. Because even though it is 2014, so many of these things are still so viable. So viable. Coward says, my experience with C has been that it makes going back to C# hard, because I find values and reference being conflated. Although that's definitely just my inexperience. Yeah, but in general, jumping, if you learn C and you will, and if you liked C, then jumping into other languages, it's easier on that hand that, you know, certain types and certain mechanisms about memory management, for example in Java, like garbage collection, etc., are easier to use and learn. But on the other hand, at least that's what I experienced, is this uncertainty, like, am I really sure that the code that I've written is doing what I want it to, or is it doing something else in the virtual machine underneath it? Like, this unsureness of what type are you using, how the data is being processed, what is happening to the memory, is something that might stay there. But there's nothing wrong with it, because actually, you know, right now you will know more about how computer actually works, right, when learning C. Cord says facts. Yes, sir. And emojis. Yeah, but I love C. I love C. I want to go back to it at some point. C is lovely. And raylib, huh? I need to put it into my notes, because it is something to look into for the future. Yeah, C is so awesome. So awesome. Yes, you can destroy your memory, but at the cost of knowing exactly what is happening in your code. And I'll be honest, when I was learning more and more about programming at university and then getting into game engines, I was kind of black boxing sort of the things, like, okay, I don't need to know how plugin performs, let me just use it, etc., etc. And at first it was fine, letting go of like, okay, I don't need to know how it works underneath it. But the more I went about, the more it turns out like, no, actually the knowledge of what is going on inside of this black box creates an advantage for me, so I will know better how to use certain things. And then, hey, how actually this code is interpreted, etc., etc. How this blueprint instruction is interpreted. Then kind of question asking and getting knowledge turns you from junior regular programmer into senior programmer, because you are diving deep into more actually something performs, and you can squeeze the performance out of the engine way better. And learning C helps with that. Also, it is easier to jump from C to C++ than the other way around, in my opinion. Okay, let's get back to animation. I could talk, coding things for ages. Let's try to... I mean, I'm disappointed in one thing when it comes to that plugin, immediately. I thought that I will have like a tool where I could create like a set of, I don't know, 20 animations regarding this cube. Like some kind of stretches, I don't know, whatever, right? And that I could all save them as files and then use them on any cube static mesh, right? Coward, my bad for distracting you from the workload. No. There is no bad. That's what the stream is all about, right? Talking back and forth, asking, geeking out. It's all about that. So no, nothing bad in here. I'm glad that we were able to talk about that. You inspired me right now to look at Raylib, because it sounds awesome, really awesome. And you just inspired me. So no. You didn't distracted me at all. No. Also, we might have, inspired someone else to look at Raylib. We might inspire someone to look into Mike Acton and data-oriented design. Like, no. It's all about inspiration, flow of, hey, I'm talking about this, it inspires you. You're talking about that, it inspires me. And then it inspires someone else. It's all about that pool of inspiration, right? And geeking out. So no. I'm glad that you were, able to get in here and share the Raylib with me, because I didn't know what it was. Now I know what it is. I'm curious about it, and I know that, while falling asleep, I will be looking at some, forums and maybe some code examples or whatever, and I'll be reading about that stuff. So I'm thankful. I'm really thankful for that. It's all chill in here. Okay, but let's try to animate whatever in here. What can I add? Add time warp, add folder, add component, cube. Yeah, like I wish I could just create... it's not the tool for that. I cannot create like 20 animations in here. I can create like whole sequences from what I understand, right? And key it, like for example, I can add other track to whatever. I mean, for certain actors and objects within the world, it might be cool to have like the actor animated sequencer, right? For certain one-offs or prototypes, when game designer creates like a prototype of how he feels some motion should be like animation wise, and then the animator will look at it, okay, I will do it for you in the skeletal mesh or whatever, right? So it might be actually cool. You can change the mobility in the... That cannot work. That cannot work. I can trigger events from here. That is actually something interesting. That you could create a sequence and call an event right from here. Okay. And swap materials. Okay, and what? I can like key transform in here. Let's shorten this into like a 1 second. Anim. Transform in here and transform in here. And what? Now I can change the scale, right? In this moment I want to change it to... Oh, I have to go like manually like this. 1 and 5, 1 and 5. And do I get to see the actual curve? Oh, I can work on curves like that. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted. So let me work on rotation and all of it. And how about here? I will go here, and this is that, and then 90. How do I input the value in the sequencer curves? This is a time code. This is the actual value. So I want this to go 180. What the fuck happened? I have no clue what happened. What just had happened? No, I want this to be 0. I want that to be 180. Yeah, whatever. And what? Okay, it animates in some way, shape or form. Okay, now let me go into like X scale and make it stretch way further, like I don't know, 8 actually, and zoom to fit. I want to click zoom to fit. Is there such a function? I don't see zoom to fit. Fit. That's not exactly that. Focus playback range. It's not working amazingly, but okay, I can live with that. I wanna. God damn it. Okay. Let's get back to the chat. Coward says, for me, I found that kind of code to be much easier to understand. I feel like when we're kids, we kind of assume that video games are complicated, and it starts with drawing a mesh. Whereas when we start learning as teenagers, it was kind of jarring to see that you just drag the FBX file into some folder and it just works. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like when we were kids, we assumed that video games are complicated and starts with drawing a mesh. Whereas when we start learning as teenagers, it was kind of jarring to see that you just drag the FBX file into some folder and it just works. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, that kind of code, in my opinion, is also a little bit easier to understand. Like I said, yeah, you may fuck up your memory with not freeing the memory after you malloc it, right? But this is such a simpler error, in my opinion, to like fix and to look at the code and be like, sure, right? And there are like also, if I remember correctly, there are also tools to help you assist with that shit, right? You can also write your own code that will try to help you with that, right? But for example, in the super complicated C++ template upon template inside of a template metaprogramming, you will see that there's something messed up on the screen. You will look into debugger, look at the values, and you'll be like, I have no idea where I should start, right? Well, in C, oftentimes it's like, let me try to, with the C, the first thing I would do is like, did I free up that memory? Did I malloc it correctly? Did I reserve enough memory? Okay, that's okay, so let me try to look somewhere else, right? There's beauty in C code, in my opinion, right? It doesn't have all the fancy bells and whistles of C++, and let's not even talk about, more high-level scripts, but, I enjoy that. I'll be honest, the older I get, the more I am leaning towards, like, low-level programming. Etc, etc. I don't know, maybe it's just me getting old and being like, good old days or whatever. Coward, I'm not sure how Unreal is, but in Godot, the engine just does 100% of the rendering for you, save any shaders you write. So you're just barred off from what might be 50%. plus of your binary. In Unreal, yes, Unreal Engine also does 100% of the rendering for you. You can create materials which you can make shaders with, right, etc. But the thing is, you have source code. I think for Godot you also have source code, right? But the way that, for example, Unreal Engine rendering is laid out, you really need to be an expert. Like, even if I was a renderer programmer, I would probably still feel lots and lots of fear before diving into the Unreal Engine C++ rendering code and changing anything in there. You can do that, but then you're on your own. New version gets released, you need to merge the new version of it, you're on your own. Epic won't help you because you just changed something, and you know, you can ask them about that if you have a license, etc. But if you're changing such thing as core engine, you're on your own, right? You can do this, but if I remember correctly, changing stages of which buffers are getting collected, maybe changing the lightning model, etc. Basically, no. Just don't do this unless you are like a super duper expert, which I'm not on. You know, I would never go there. I remember there were rumors that they might do something with rendering, that you would be able to like change shading models or create plugins or whatever, but it was in 2019 or 20 and it still haven't materialized, right? So that would be lovely though. That would be lovely. But Coward, when you say that you are barred from getting into rendering, is it in Godot just compiled into a DLL and there's no source code to Godot rendering? Because in other engine you can get into the source code of render. Basically you can get into all of the code, right? There might be like some external libraries that are, you know, barred with some license, but I never heard anyone going there. Like, I don't know, like some encoders, decoders of video files or whatever. But I think Epic Games bought someone. I forgot who it was. But yeah, you can go into every place in the code, and if you want to change it, you can change it, right? It's just some things you would need to be a super expert on. Like, for example, rendering garbage collector. Ooh, there be dragons. I wouldn't go there. I remember one time debugging garbage collector code because there was some weird error and we knew that it was caused by garbage collector, or should I say garbage collector was marking an object for deletion when it shouldn't have, because there were still strong pointers to that object, and we had to figure out why. And like on the surface level, yeah, it was readable, but then when I got into nitty-gritty details, I was like, okay, I would need days and create like notes about it. And you know what, my fellow coders, I don't even want to change that code. Let's maybe try to find out why our object is just getting marked. Let's not change anything about garbage collection behavior. Code says, you're right, that you're not technically barred because you can download the source and compile it with whatever changes you make. I just mean that it isn't at all what you're meant to do. Ah, okay, so it's like they're not encouraging you to, there's like no notes about how to change things in rendering, etc, etc. Gotcha, okay. So in Unreal it is similar. They won't give you details about how to change it, there's no documentation about it. If you want to change behavior of nanite, good luck, right? But you are physically, technically able to do that. Okay, so I did some curves here, but the thing that I don't like about this approach is I cannot save it to like a file and reuse it on another actor, right? Because it's strictly tied to, hey, this is the owner, this is the cube, these are these components properties. That's it. And what I would love to animate is just a static mesh. So it would recognize, hey, this is a static mesh cube, this is the animation for a static mesh cube. I can play it on whatever, right? So unless like there's some sort of export, no, I don't see it. Like, maybe let's look back into their documentation for a second. No, they're just showing how to add keys to the timeline. Great, great, great. And that's basically it, right? And you can just play. Yeah, there's something that we can look into, how to play this animation from the blueprint script. Alright, we can just delete that. And what? Do I take this and I can just call play? I have to compile. But there is an actor sequence in here. Look at that. When I have the actor sequence component, I do have a way to choose things. Why these are in red? The object bound to this track is missing. The fuck you talking about? That's not true. That's not true. That's impossible. I don't have any other options. So what? I cannot play that? Okay, it goes red if you choose another window? That's weird. Okay. But if there is something... Can I like create an actor sequence in here? No, only actor foliage. What is there? There's like a template sequence. Movie scene animation can be instanced multiple times inside of a level sequence. Okay. Level sequence, camera animation sequence. Okay, those are not the things that I wanted to choose. I wanted to find the actor sequences, but I think this is just a bug that it shows up here. Coward says, like, there's whole Godot fork, and it took that whole team like a real life month just to change the name internally. Holy shit moly. It took me like a week to do a similarly for me being a Polish person, trying to say the word similarly is super hard. It took me like a week to do a similarly small change. Okay. Yeah, these kind of changes can take a long time. Especially like renames and especially of files. Renaming a file. Like, I remember one time a friend visited me. We were supposed to hang out like after work. And my friend visited me while I was still, working from home. And I was like, yeah, we can meet at this. I cannot meet earlier. So if you're finishing your job earlier, you can just come to my place, crash out, do whatever the fuck you want. I need to finish my work and then we can hang out, right? And they were like, okay, sure. And they came in and they were looking at me. I was deep lost in thought, and she asked like, what are you doing? You're not typing on keyboard? Like, what is taking you so long? Why are you hard thinking about something? And I was like, I'm thinking of a name, of how to name something. And she was like, okay, why is it so hard to name things? And I was like, no, creating a whatever name is easy, but it has to be informative for other people, and coming up with the name that everyone will look at and will know exactly what this class or function or whatever is about is not a simple task. But you know what's even harder? Renaming something when 8 other people will point you out that, hey, this name would be better. If it is just a function, a class, or a class, it's great. But if it is like some asset that is being referenced like in thousands of other places, oh my god. Sometimes just renaming things can break the whole freaking game because of the references and renames, etc. Even though Unreal has tools to take care of it, it still can fuck up your whole game, right? And she was like, is it really that problematic? And I was like, yeah, it is. So yeah, I remember, I think it was in Techland where I worked, and they created like a new no, it was at Flying Wild Hog, but there was like a new version of some inventory of something in the plugin of ours, and they just named it inventory V2 because renaming the whole thing would probably break the whole project, right? So sometimes it is hard. Code says, I won't say that's because it's poorly made. It took me a while just because I had to learn the compiling process, yep, and then kind of improvise my class changes because I'd never written in C++. Yep, so you exactly went to the whole thing, like, yeah, it's not that because something is poorly made, but everything that goes in between, you have to account for that, right? Yep, it can break in a million pieces. Which to people who never did this might not occur that, wow, it's just changing a name, because changing a name of a Word file on your computer is easy, right? While underneath the hood, ain't nothing easy. Okay, so I have that, and can I just like play it at the begin play? I don't really have too many things. I can just play sequence, and that's it. So if I wanted to animate like 10 animations for this cube, I would have to create like a long ass sequence in here and just jump between tags. No. Event track, yeah, I would have to like add event tracks. No, not even that. Can I even, is there something like jump to get sequence player, blah blah? Do I have to go like this? And sequence player. What do I get to do? Assigned and finish, get bound objects, hide, play sequence, blah 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 blah. Play to, what is this? Play from current position to the requested position. And pause. So I would have to input like some playback params. What are the play to params? No, it seems like a nightmare. It's no wonder that it's an experimental plugin since Unreal Engine 4, so probably for 10 years, because the workflow with that doesn't seem that great. If anyone who's watching it in the future knows how to come up with a great workflow using actor sequence, I would love to learn about that, because right now I want to see how can I make 10 assets with animations for the cube without usage of skeletal mesh and anim montages, right? And just then play them in whatever order I want from C++ or Blueprint, because right now it seems like it's not that great. Yeah, there's like, I cannot go to marker. Play, looping, play, remove. Yeah, look, like you cannot even put markers in here, right? No, there's add mark. And can I go like mark? No. Can I cannot just start playing from one marker to the other, so it could be used only for like super simple things in my opinion. Okay. Coward says, I have a buddy making a whole game with just blueprints. I don't know if that makes him insanely smart or just insane. His player controller looks like a conspiracy board to me, lol. Yeah. I mean, it is a challenge. that could be interesting, like make a whole game only in blueprints. And that's why I am doing a prototype in blueprints only, at least for now, because I wanted to see the limitations of it and how certain things that would be simple in C++ might turn to spaghetti monster eldritch beings from outer world, whatever, right? And it turns out that no, certain things you can do quite quickly. And there's like a presentation from Epic when they are showing that, yeah, those blueprints do have some sort of cost to it, depending on the functions that you're calling, right, from the scripts themselves. But I found out that for the simpler game that I am making, yeah, it is viable, but I still don't want to ship it as blueprint only game, right? Because, for example, certain limitations that are there don't allow me to optimize certain things. Like, for example, I have a flame propagation, like super dirty and cartoony flame propagation in here, right? That is more thought of from a gameplay perspective, when one flame kind of creates 4 sparks that are flying into the 4 directions of the world, north, west, east, south, and they are landing on a surface, and then there is detection whether the surface is flammable, etc. Great. But what if I want to have 200 of those, right? Just from the blueprints perspective, I don't have access to subsystems and a couple of other C++ tools that I have if I am writing C++ code, right? So, for example, I cannot make it optimal for 200 huge flames, like I cannot make a forest of flames, right? And as you mentioned, player controller can get unhinged really quickly. So yes, you have to be smart to navigate all that, but it is also kind of insane to release the whole game just with blueprints. But as a challenge, if you do that and it works and it gets shipped and it performs, hats off to you. You did something that many people think is impossible, right? So as a challenge, it is a nice thing. But I won't be using actor sequences. Okay, so what else the Unreal documentation tells me I could do, right? Sequencer editor, blah blah blah, actor sequence component, that thing we checked. I have no idea what spawnables is. You can script Python in sequencer. That is potentially interesting, especially if you could, for example, turn whatever the Python script does into actual keyframes, export it kinda, then you can have a powerful tool for programmatically doing things. But I won't be, it seems, that whole thing, Python scripting in sequencers, seems like 12-hour adventure that I don't have time for right now. Okay, what is spawnables? You can possess actors by adding existing actors in a level to your sequence. The link is formed as a soft object path. Ah, okay, it just means that I can spawn actor from a level sequence, and that actor can be possessed by player controller. I'm not sure what I would want to have that ever, but it's great that it is here. Probably there is some workflow that I'm not aware of it. Rendering is not interesting to me. Creating level sequences with dynamic transforms. Blending gameplay and sequencer animation. Switching actor materials in sequencer. No, that's not what's interesting to me. Calling events through sequencer. That's not interesting to me. It's all about level. But that's not exactly what I want. Creating level sequences. sequencer transform origin features to dynamically change the location of the animation at the runtime. By default, all sequencer transforms are relative to the world origin. However, by using transform origin, you can make transforms relative to any transform or even to an actor's transform. Oh, wait a second. So right now, they are telling me that I could create level sequences, but by changing the origin of the level sequencer transform origin from the level to the actor's transform, I could probably, this is hypothesis, I could probably create like 10 animations for a cube. All of them are using transform origin and play it on 10 different levels, actually make it level, not bound by any level, right? Level-less level sequence. Mind-blowing when it comes to naming, but it seems lovely. Level sequencer stop. To start, create a level sequence actor in your level, select it and add in the details panel to do the following. Assign level sequence actor to transform origin actor. Which actor to assign to transform origin is arbitrary and depends on the context of the scene. For example, if you have a scene where characters interacting with an object like a table, then it may be better to assign the table as a transform origin actor. Depending on your use case, you may want to assign the transform origin actor first before creating any sequencer content. Oh, that goes without saying. I want to know what the origin is first before I animate anything, otherwise things will get all out of whack, right? Content setup. Next, create content in your sequence, aligning your sequencer content to the transform origin actor. In this example, mannequin character walks to the same location as the level sequencer actor. Okay. Animated transform origin. Transform origin is also correctly to adjust. Okay. But I do wonder, but I always need to have a level sequence actor, right? I cannot just spawn in the cube and it can contain all the info, but I still might work around that limitation. I will try that in a second. So yeah, Coward says, I've never done anything with a complicated animation system before. What wisdom do you have to share? I'll be honest, complicated animation system. Well, it is super hard, let me tell you. Like, especially when it comes to like characters with different states, etc., etc. It's non-trivial tasks for sure. I remember I was at the game jam and I left the task of coming up with, it was a 2D game, of animating like a platformer character sprite-wise, or maybe it was skeletal, I don't remember really. But more experienced friend told me like, hey, start working on that. And I was like, no, it's easy, all you have to do is divide, you know, like the legs will be one thing, upper body will be the other thing. It will take me like 15 minutes. We fucked it up because of me not doing it earlier, because the moment I started doing it and managing the state, I realized, oh, I am way over my head with this. It is complicated, and first wisdom I would have to share is to think about animation from the get-go. Right? What kind of animation pipeline and workflow do you want to have, right? Because that informs everything, literally everything. And well, just managing the state tree, any sort of state machine and state tree, and thinking about all the transitions from which state to go to which state, it gets super blown up super quickly, right? So at the beginning of your game you might have like, I don't know, 4 or 5 nodes in your state machine that assigns what kind of animation or blending between animation or what kind of pose your character has, right? And it might be simple, but the more gameplay elements you add to it, the more crazy to take care of it gets and the more problematic it becomes, right? So I would try to find a way to minimize the amount of states in a state tree and try to come up, and that's, for example, how certain examples from Unreal Engine from Epic Games are showing you that, hey, this may be the way to do it, right? to come up with systems that would automatically, for example, swap out poses if certain tags are present on a player, right? For example, in the project Lyra from Epic Games, you can swap weapons, and you can quickly imagine it becoming a nightmare if you'd have to plan out the whole state machine around different kinds of weapons, right? So, for example, you might have to check whether you have a pistol or a shotgun or a rifle, right? It requires all different poses and then playing different animations, etc. So they are kind of showing off to you like, no. Here's the way to like make sure that it's all driven by similar logic. You're just swapping out poses and animations depending on the tags, right? So, yeah. The wisdom from all of my failures and fuck-ups would be, and I'm not sure if it is a wisdom or common knowledge, other gameplay programmers might be like, what, that's kind of obvious that you should start with animation, but yeah, I would start with thinking about how I'm gonna animate my character at the beginning. What kind of animations do I have? What kind of states will I have? How do I manage those states? How do I make them... How can I support that kind of state machine, right? Which things could have literally the exact same logic, I'm just swapping out pose asset and animation asset, etc, 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 etc. And there is like no golden path. Like if you're using Unreal Engine, you might take a peek at how they did it in Lyra or how they did it in other templates, right? But I would say treat those more as a starting point and think through how you need it for your needs, right? And the other thing, if you're an animator that likes to do some scripting in C++, you have everything it takes to become a technical animator. And if you are a technical animator, you will never be out of job because there's not enough people like that, right? Usually it comes to like a C++ gameplay programmer and an animator to work out the details of the workflow, where neither gameplay programmer has enough animation skills or knowledge to do everything 100% by himself. Neither animator has all the C++ scripting knowledge to know how to process this data, and they have to constantly talk with each other. And technical animator is someone who possesses skills of both of those, domains, and such person is golden. So if you want to find a career and you like both animating and coding scripting, this is a hard path, don't get me wrong, this is one of the hardest paths there, but you will be hireable and desirable by everyone. Yeah. It's hard. Complicated animation systems is hard. Like I remember looking at animation system in Dying Light 1 and 2 when I was at Techland, and it was insanely complicated. And for a good reason. This is a game dealing with parkour, right? Natural movement. And it needs to take into the account all of the weird geometry around, and it's mind-blowing how many edge cases it had to account for. It is hard. It is super hard topic. Immensely hard topic. Yeah. Coward says, something that's mind-boggling to me is how people call functions, but not instantly. My only guess is that they somehow tie the function call to a keyframe in the animation. I'm not sure if I understand the question. How people call functions but not instantly. You mean function from, like you have an animation and at a specific time you want to trigger a function call, for example, within the character, right? Are you asking about that, how it is being done? If that's so, In Unreal Engine there is something called and right now the name escaped me. Oh my god. I need to open up any animation and it will instantly come back to me. Like animation. Oh, of course, in my project I don't have anything from animation. Great. So there is something called, oh my god, my brain is melting right now. Oh, what was the name of that thing? There's basically a thing where you can place a not a trigger, it is notification. Yes, anim notify notification inside of the animation montage, and the notification is a small C++ class that is able to execute some code, right? And within that code you can access basically whatever, right? And there are two versions of notifications. One that is just fire and forget, and one that is like a window notification that it has a start point and an end point, and you can do something on the start of the notification and when it ends, right? You can do some cleanup or whatever, right? Coward says, like how in Doom, the imp doesn't actually fire a projectile and till it's a certain frame in its attack animation. Yeah, so you do this by notification. And if I had some animation, I would actually try to do something with it, but I don't have any. Like, maybe let's do, like, I don't know, animation montage, AM, R&D, whatever. Open it up, we have something. We don't have the actual animation in here. Can I put at least a notify track? Yes, I can, but I cannot add things to it. Shit. Ah yeah, and this project I might not have it, but give me a second and I will show you with the other project that I have, and it is in templates, variants. Yes, let me turn on this project. Yeah, basically there is the whole asset that contains the info about which animation should be played, and on top of that asset, which of course the animation probably is the FBX file, you can add to a timeline notifies, and those notifies is just a C++ class. Do I have anything in here? No. But I should have, yes, there is animation montage here. And for example, yes, there's the animation. We can, scroll through it with the timeline. And for example, there is one notification that is disabling root motion of the animation, right? And that's basically the way to do it. You have the asset that contains the actual animation that it should play, and you are able to add notification tracks to it. And these are just, you can create your own notifications, your own C++ classes that are executing your own custom logic, and that way you can have an imp that will fire a projectile, and you might be able to create like a specific notification of your own that will know exactly what to do, which projectile to spawn, which direction to spawn with it, etc, etc, etc. Does it answer your question, Coward? I hope so. If not, blast away. But yeah, that's basically how people do this thing. You play an animation, the animation will have some notification that is a C++ class, and things can be done there. Let's delete that. And we have our first bot on Twitch. Woo woo! I don't think since like a couple of months, I cannot have a stream without a bot appearing. It means that I'm good enough for bots on Twitch. Okay, let me ban that guy. And the guy is banned. Card says, it's a good answer, but I can't pretend that I understand everything without doing it first. Ah yeah, I get it. I'm of the same mind. Like when I will watch some tutorial or whatever, I might be like, I might understood the high level of things, but all the details will get into one ear, fly out the other, and I have to do things physically, right, by my hand. So, completely understood. Completely understood. But I am sure that Godot has something similar. When you play the animation, you could add some notifications to it. And if in Raylib you can do things by C, you probably can code it yourself. Create like a C++ class that will create like a timeline track to it that will be adjusted to the animation that you have playing with it, and you can have add some notifications to it, right? And then you can create like something that will play this track alongside animation, and if it hits a notification, it will execute some code, right? It can be whatever. So I'm sure you could probably engineer something like this if Raylib is that customizable with the C. And now I'm thinking about Raylib in the back of my mind, like how awesome it would be to go for a GameDev with Raylib to quickly learn it. Thank you, Coward, for, you know, inspiring me. Okay, let's get into this level sequence that is based on actor's origin, right? So I'm adding a cube in here, and I want to create a level sequence with it, right? So the way I would do it is, I kind of forgot how to do it. Browse an octo sequencer. No, fuck the, yeah, because it is still that. Okay, let's delete that. Let's create a completely new actor. Blueprint class. Regular actor BP, another cube level sequence R&D. Let's open it up. Let's actually add some cube. Do it right, okay, it's done, great. Now, let's create the level sequence in here. Level sequence. And let's call it cube level sequence, cube stretching. Even though I'm trying to think about animations in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like C99, Raylib. How awesome it must be to work with that shit. So what kind of game are you trying to make, Coward, with the Raylib? What kind of genre, or what will be the main gameplay of it? Can I open it up? Okay. And how do I change the origin? Okay, I actually have to go place it in the level, and on the level I have to choose instance data. Override instance data. Transform origin actor. Oh! So I have to put cube in here. And now this is the transform origin actor. Okay. So the way I would have to do it so I will be able to reuse this type of level sequence animations is my actors that will be using level sequence animations would have to always spawn level sequence actor and automatically change the transform origin actor to that given actor. It is workable. It is super workable. And it is LS cube stretching, alright. But wait a second. Okay, now let's create like 2 animations and let's see how we could swap them quickly. Okay, let's add actor track. It is that cube, and let's add transform. And I just want to have an animation on scale. I want it to be like, why is it showing me the frames instead of seconds? Okay, I'll figure this out in a quick second. And here it also shows me the frames. Okay. Coward answers my questions about what type of game is he making. I haven't dedicated myself to actually making a whole project in Raylib yet. Oh, okay. Right now I'm getting filtered by the idea of having the player collide with the meshes. Okay, with a mesh. Okay, so you're doing some collision detection algorithms right now. Okay, so you're just doing research and development on the Raylib. That's nice. Ooh, I haven't implemented like a collision detection since ages. I wonder if there are like some new nuances, new algos or whatever in that sphere. And especially when you're doing it with C, it will run super fast. And mesh to mesh collision or anything to mesh collision, it's always a little bit tougher because you have to change, try against every triangle, or at least you have to try until you find the first intersection with a triangle of a mesh, right? So you always have to, either you're lucky and you're intersecting already with the first triangle, or you have to go through all of the mesh triangles to find it, right? If you're doing mesh to mesh collisions, etc., right? So I wonder if someone found like a good algo. I mean, there are like good algos, but like a new one, like for example, like 2 years ago or something like that, sweeping all the physics engine and everyone is implementing that. Like, I didn't do a deep dive into physics collision checks since ages ago. But it is a nice topic. There's a lots of ways you can optimize things. Of course, you can use octree to store objects and their bounds, whether it is primitive or a mesh, right? And quickly navigate towards the specific part of the world to see if there is detection, etc., etc., etc. It is a nice topic to do in C especially. Coward says, part of me knows that just one mistake with processing collisions can screw the whole project over. 100% true. It is very stressful, but I have to just suck it up. Yeah, it is stressful. One thing that you could do, I don't know if Raylib has it out of the box, but there are other like automated tests libraries for C that you could, for example, use. So when you code your collision detection algos, you could have automated tests that will do all the test cases against every type of collision versus every type of collision. By that I mean, you know, cube primitives versus cube primitives, sphere versus sphere, etc., mesh versus mesh. And by having all those tests written out, you can always just run the test and see if you messed it up, right? And if you find a new edge case that is messed up, just add it to the test, right? And that way you could ease off and have a little bit less stress, because you have automatic tests that are constantly you can run it whenever to see if anything is messed up, right? That's how oftentimes, for example, mathematical libraries and collision libraries are maintained, right? Yeah, because otherwise, we all be living under a big duration of stress. So I really recommend, after you're done with writing the algos, to look into automated tests for such things, right? Okay, let's animate like quick stretching. I would love to see seconds instead of frames in here. Can I show time as seconds? Yes, okay. I can have seconds, and I want to have like a 1 second anim that will be only working with the scale, and maybe only Y. We will stretch this out. This will be the first animation. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? And let me open up a curve editor, because that's easier to work with in my opinion. I can just open up my scale. This is and there's like a way to, I think, stacked mode. Yeah, where I can just click on stacked mode, and I can just select everything, or normalized view mode. No, stacked mode, and I can just select what I want, which is scale Y. We can see keyframes in here, and I can just go like this. I can stretch it out to 1.5 and just save it. Close my sequencer, my curve editor, and I see it stretching, right? Great. Now I want to save my sequence, save the current sequence, right? And can I instantly create like another sequence? I think I can. The way I would love to do it is have like one sequencer and just interchange which sequence I am working with right now, which I kinda can do, I see. Create a new camera, no. I can just go like here, create a new level sequence and be like ls cube, I don't know, rotating, right? Let's work in 2 animations for now. Coward says, okay, no, I read it already. About mistake, yeah. I read that already. Yeah, collision algos. It is a nice topic of research and learning. You get to learn about lots of data structures that you could have to find out collisions in the world via octree, for example. You can try to have asynchronous physics sticking, etc. Like there's lots of things that you could do. Lots of cool things. Which right now I'm thinking like, man, going into C, into Raylib and doing it by hand seems like a good project. Damn, you inspired me with the Raylib. Okay, now I have that animation, and can I just open up? No, I want to change the sequence. Opens the director blueprint? What is the director blueprint? Sequence and director. Okay, I don't really. It doesn't look like I can do too much with it. Okay, but I just want to swap out the sequence that I'm working with here right now. Can I just go like cube rotating, put it in here, immediately go to the instance, overwrite instance data, choose the transform origin to be that actor. And how can I open up this sequence? It is opened up. I can just add cube level sequence, and then I can add transform, save that, and I can once again put it into 1 second. And what else I could do here? Yeah, add of course like frames, but I wonder if I can just add frames from here, and I can go like view, stacked mode, all of it, yeah. And that's great, but right now I want to zoom in. There's something about why can't I zoom in with like none of the shortcuts? Okay, whatever. Let me rotate, and I don't know, whatever really. I can just go like enter keyframe, enter and enter, and I can just put it in here. Oh, I actually entered key for everything. Okay, fuck that, whatever. 180, and this will be 360. Or actually I could delete that key right out of the bat. Right, I can save it. Now I can play it, right? It's fucking crazy. Something extremely crazy is happening. How about 180? Ah yeah, I forgot from like 2 streams ago that the Unreal kinda counts those degrees, and like it goes into 180 and then into minus 180, so this whole thing is fucked up. Why is it behaving that way? How about just rotate it 2 degrees? Okay, how about 45 degrees? What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, whatever. Whatever. We have some animation. Lots of cool things. Blend neighbor. Blend to the next or previous values for selected key. Push and pull values. Ooh. Lots of cool things. Okay, but I have those 2 sequences. And right now I don't want to go with like a pipeline where I'm dragging things by hand into the editor, right? In order for my animation of cube to work, right? Because for example, I want my cube to play 2 animations, right? When I press 1 key, it will play 1 animation. Let's call like debug key, I don't know, V. If it gets pressed, then it will play 1 animation. If the other key will be pressed, I don't know, yeah, it can be G, for example, G unit, no, here, right? I want to play those 2 different animations without having to drag those actors into level. So I have to delete them if I understand it correctly, right? And now what? How can I play them? How can I make sure that whenever I just will place the cube level sequence R&D on level, it will play my animations, right? I probably need to spawn the level sequencer actor, right? So create level sequence player. Do I have to select the asset like this? Can I swap it out? What kind of settings do I have here? Okay, so do I have to create an level sequence player per level sequence player actor per animation? I don't like that. It doesn't seem very optimal, I'll be honest. So we will see if we can swap out those anims on the fly, right? We have some level sequence actor, okay. Level sequence player object reference, level sequence actor object reference. I'm not sure which one I should work with, so I will promote those things to variables and be like level sequence actor and level sequencer player. Is it the same fucking thing? No, actor and player, those are two different things. Okay, so you will go like that, and now I want to see if I, first of all, I need to make sure that they have the correct origin in the instance data, right? And the thing that I clicked in here by hand, I want to see if I can do it. Where should I do it? Is it in the sequence actor or sequence player? What the documentation says. Level sequence actor, so it should be changeable here. Level sequence actor and instance data. Get override instance data. No, that's not exactly what I want. Instance data. Get default instance data. And can I change things in here? How it was named? It was transform origin. Transform origin. Get transform origin, but I cannot set it. That sucks. Okay. Transform origin. I cannot do something like this? Are you for real? What about player? Okay. Instance data. This is just a boolean. Alright. Okay guys, I need to have a quick break, and I'll be back after the break, like in a couple of minutes. See you soon. I am back. Hello, hello. I'm back from a small break. Let me actually quickly, I'm the worst at self-promotion. Let me quickly drop in the link to the Discord connected to this stream. Yeah, like there's a Discord. That's where I'm like announcing when and what about the new stream will be. There are certain discussions sometimes out there, sharing of tools that someone made, what we're doing, etc. It's not too spammy, so don't worry. It's not like you will jump in there and you will have 200 notifications every second. Not at all. It is not too spammy. I'm well aware about. I'm well aware how many Discords people have and how spammy they can be, and how many I am on there, and I instantly mute them, right? Because there's way too much notifications. We are not too spammy, but we do share nice links and the projects, etc., etc. So I welcome you to join in if you want. Now let's figure out. First of all, I set in the level as they said. Let's get back to those animations. Coward, hey, you're still here. Nice. Nice, love you. Love to have you here. So the thing that I really want to click on is this transform origin actor. But I cannot get it. So it's like, okay, can I just go like override data flow? No, that's not it. Yeah, I wanted this. Level sequence actor. Set override instance data to true. That's what I want to have. I want to put it to true. Okay, and I want to override it, but how can I override this data? Because I see that I can do that, but instance get it's just, is it really that impossible? Okay, let me do the reverse engineering. Transform origin actor, right? If I will start searching without context sensitive, am I able to get a function that will change it? That's something that sometimes I don't like about blueprints, because in C++ code, even if the things wasn't exposed, I could probably work my around it to make it exposed, right? To change this variable that I need to change in order to use the level sequence that has a transform origin set as this actor, so I could have an actor that can spawn with the level sequence actor, and then it will just be able to swap animations. Because if that thing won't show up as true, I mean, if that whole workflow will turn out not to be viable, it means that I have to change my static meshes into skeletal meshes and then animate it that way, and then I could actually, you know, play animes, etc. as I want to. But I wanted to see if I want to avoid changing simple static meshes into skeletal meshes just to have a small animation on them, right? Coward says, it kind of reminds me how much of a pain it was to do UI in Godot without using their signal system. Oh, really? Really, huh? I need to at some point try out Godot. Make a stream like, hey, Unreal developer tries out Godot or whatever. That's interesting that their UI is done in such a way that you cannot use it without their signal system. And what kind of signal system do they have? Coward then continues. And I ended up having to check what texture the button was using just because I had no accessible is button pressed bool. Wait, what? Let me reread that. and I ended up having to check what texture the button was using just because I had no accessible is button pressed bull. Really? You cannot take UI element, button element in Godot and just check the state of it, whether it is pressed or not? That seems like a huge oversight, I'll be honest. So they made it so it only works on signals. So you get a signal, is button pressed or is button released? Huh? That's weird because there's so much game logic that you just wanna, in an instance, check whether something is actually being pressed. You don't care for an event hopping in and saving that event. Sometimes there's like a whole sequence of things that need to happen. A character has to be in a specific state, and only then you want to actually check the state of it if it's currently pressed. You don't want to save any kind of event being pressed way beforehand and you don't know if given situation will appear in the next 4 hours, right? But you constantly have to keep that value because of that way. Shit. That seems like a huge workflow issue. Coward says, I can pretend to understand the signal system in its entirety, but I can confirm from my experience and observing others that it's voodoo that will destroy control flow. Yeah, so it seems from what you're saying. Not to imply Godot, most game engines do a whole lot of preserve to preserve control flow. Oh yeah. That is for sure. It's not like the Godot is the only one that has this kind of problem. Like, let me tell you, at my day job, I had to fix one very specific bug, and it involved the fact that element of the HUD, like some selectable menu, was hidden, but actually underneath it, it was kind of still running as far as, low-level code was concerned. So whenever you press the button, what was happening, the engine kind of registered that, hey, you just changed the focus of a window, even though you didn't, but it kind of registered that. So what happened was, and that's coded in behavior for the engine, when you change the focus in your viewport of the game, it flashes all of the inputs. Everything that you had pressed was flashed and taken away, which results in such behavior that, for example, if you turn off that menu while you still had your forward input pressed, suddenly the engine treated it as if you are no longer pressing it. And what was fucked up was that you could ask the input systems, what is the current state of the button, while having the actual input pressed, and it will tell you the false information. It would be false, negative and positive, because it didn't give a fuck about what is the actual physical value of your input right now, because it was all flashed, right? But it received the signal that it was received. So I had to work around that, but it was weird seeing like, hey, I'm physically pressing the button, yet the engine tells me there is nothing there, and I cannot force it to re-poll the inputs, right? It was messy. Yeah, and the control flow preservation is a challenge in game engines, because there are so many layers of indirections and so many layers of injection into the workflow, control flow, especially when you have the engines kind of like Godot, Unreal Engine, Unity, where they kind of are made to work with every genre and every idea possible, or allow for as many workflows as they can. So sometimes they deliberately don't preserve certain workflows in order to allow for creation of different workflows, if it makes sense. For example, when I worked at Techland and they had their own custom engine, which has its own, pros and cons about that, but the workflow for specific assets and specific things in the engine and in the game was only one, because it was supporting that specific game's needs, right? And there was a lot of preservation of that specific control flow, right? It might not be the most optimal or control flow, or maybe it might have been a little bit annoying in sometimes, but it was one, right? You couldn't create another flow of working with specific types of data, right? Which, as I said, it has its pros and cons, right? So all of it is always a trade-off, right? Okay, what I was searching for transform origin actor. Transform origin. There is. I can somehow get access to it and set it. I just don't know how to do it. What do you expect it here to be? Default level sequence instance data object reference. So the transform origin actor is exposed on its own, right? I just have to get to the data level sequence instance data object reference. And I don't know, let's data level instance okay, this is like the default instance data, right? I cannot connect to it, so these are two different types. This is like default instance data object reference, and here it is default level sequence instance data. Level sequence instance data. Can I just cast the default instance, this default instance data to this shit? I wonder. I don't have, this project is not done with C++, so I don't wanna, wait, what? Ah, yeah, of course. Let me just, actually I might want to do it on the beginning, so the begin play. Let's go here. Let's go here, and let's go with that, and now let's go with that, and I'm not sure if it will compile. It does compile, but I'm not sure if the cast will be alright. But this is an actor reference, so let me get a reference to myself, right? Which is kind of like Blueprint's version of this from C or C++. And okay, I have this. Now I want to have a specific sequence played in here, right? So how can I do this? How can I even do this? Sequence get animation sequence. But can I set animation sequence? Get sequence? No. Get the level sequence being played by this actor. How about set sequence? Yes, there is set sequence. Okay, so at least I have that. If I press it, I can select cube rotating, for example. And then I can probably play it. Play. Yeah, I can do that, right? Alright. Let's see if it works. Because if that works, it means yes, I can animate simple static meshes or my prototype actors without turning them into skeletal meshes. I still want to try out, turning things into skeletal meshes and animating them in Engine today on the stream. We still have an hour and a half for that, but I want to see for like super simple things, like when I don't want to be bothered with that, right? Like a cube, a freaking sphere, etc. Where I just want to drop in, do a little, I don't know, squashing animation, whatever, drop out, play it, and be done with it, right? Maybe changing things into skeletal mesh might turn out to be simpler for such prototypes. Of course, if I would want to go C++ route, I could always write my own little component that would be just taking curves and just forwarding through those curves, and I could just swap out curves, etc. and make a couple of assumptions about which property it is connected to or bound to, and I could, create my custom component in C++. I could probably also create this custom component in Blueprint, but I kind of want to see how far I could get without creation of such custom code, right? Because that's always the answer. I could just write it myself. Okay, so it does compile. I'm not sure if those events will be working, but whatever. Okay, and this is my cube. Let's put in the debug, shall we? Let's see if I even spawn things correctly. Okay, here we are. Here's our... Okay, I can close off the sequencer. Here is our cube. And the worst thing of it all is... this didn't break on begin play at all. What in the hell, holy mother of everything. Okay, V. Nothing. G. Nothing. Nothing is happening. Okay, now we have a breakpoint. Ah, okay, I know why it didn't happen. Those two things actually need to be created and valid, and I just realized I have no level sequence put in there, right? So it's like, of course it doesn't spawn anything because I didn't provide a level sequence, so I have to provide some level sequence to it. Okay, let me quickly click, right? Of course. My life is full of such mistakes. I will create the whole logic and then I want to input the data and we'll be like, what the fuck is wrong with it? The thing that is wrong with it is I didn't supply any data in here. Alright. Now it should create anything. Yep. And let's see if my cast did work out. It did work out though! I can just get this default instance data and then I can actually set the transform origin though. Yo! That's great. Now I have nothing. Okay, but if I press V now, okay. The debug keys aren't working. I'm not sure why. That is weird, but there was something to it. Right now I remember something stupid happening, like input, I had to... Yeah, there used to be something that I forgot. Debug input that I kind of forgot to do in order to make debug inputs work in here. I kind of forgot. I so rarely use debug inputs on non-player objects that I kind of forgot how you were enabling it, because I remember that you had to do something. You didn't have to add input component, but you had to do something that I don't remember what it was. Okay, debug keys, blah 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 blah. That's not what I'm searching for. Oh, I forgot. There was like a function for that, like enable input, and I think it was just enable input, right? And get player controller. I think that was that. Although I do not remember, I'll be honest. It's been so long since I had to use it, right? let me right now go with like V. Yeah, it was enable input. Of course, it was enable input. And sorry for screaming. But yeah, here we have cube rotating and then play. And let me see the override instance data, default instance data. It is saved. I think this workflow can work. I think it might have a chance of working. It does work! Holy shit. And now G. Almost. It doesn't change animations. It doesn't swap out animations. It constantly plays the same animation, even though here's cube rotating. Ah, yeah, it plays cube rotating because I didn't change the data. Once again, setting up everything, forgetting about inputting correct data, and then I'm wondering why the fuck it's not working, right? So, V rotates cube, and G did something extremely weird to it. And I know what it did. It is the actual animation error, but it swapped the sequence. And the animation error is as such as I have keys for all of that shit, right? Even though it looks here like it's only that, but I did key location. And can I just delete? Yeah, can I just delete that also? I only want to have scale. Thank you. Thank you. Save the sequence, close the sequencer. Now. Yep. Okay, it is viable workflow. You have to add a couple of things in. You have to add a couple of things in, like for example, you have to create level sequence player that will have some level sequence in it. Then you gotta save the sequence actor, etc. in it, and override the instance and put your actor as a transform origin actor. And that inspires me, maybe I should create like a blueprint library that would just create a function out of it that I could just call upon everything, right? Yeah, seems fine. So let's exactly do this. So now we're getting back to our here and our actual project folder. Let's create a new folder called level sequence helper library, and we will try to create, this is something that I never did in blueprints, which is blueprint function library. Let's create this blueprint function library level sequence helper, and let's call this new function like create level sequencer for actor, right? And it should always contain, first of all, input, what actor do we need, in actor origin, and it should be of type actor that already exists. What the hell? Already exists in the world, right? And it should have outputs of what exactly? Of level sequence actor and level sequence player. So level sequence actor object out level sequence actor. Yep, and out level sequence player, because those are the things that the function creates. Level sequence player. Yep, and those are the things that we will be copying from here, which means all of that stuff. We will create a generalized global library function. And yeah. And I'll be able to use that for every actor that I have. So I have taken care of my needs of like, hey, I want to quickly animate something and bang, right? Done. I want to have like, I don't know, 15 animations and create 15 animations, put them there and just play them, right? And forget about everything. I can do it like this. So, first of all, if this is not valid, of course, let's inform our user of that. If it is not valid, then print string. Do I need to have the world context? Print log string. That's what I need. Print to log and print to log. Do I have like an error log? Can I just go with error log? No. Do I have any other logs? Because I want to basically do an error log with like, hey, but without world context object because I don't have it here. Okay, so like log strength, let's do this then way. It's too bad that I cannot maybe I should also add the input parameter of world in world, right? Can I have actually get a world in here? No, I cannot get like a world. World is not exposed to blueprint. That is fascinating. Alright, it will not be perfect. Log string, print to log, in actor origin. But wait. Print string. Can I have like get player controller? No, I still need to. Wow, get world. Can I not get any? There is some world context. I wonder if this will work. Huh. We will try. We will see if we will crash the engine that way. Yeah, because the way I was thinking, like, well, what if I don't want to have a parameter for world or any other world object context, because I'm checking for the world context object in here, right? So I'd want to have something, and they're expecting me in the print string to provide world context object, right? And I don't want to force end user to provide some bullshit additional parameter just to print a string, right? I should take care of it inside of my function. So the user won't have to think about inputting parameters for logging purposes. That doesn't make sense to me. So now I can be like, first of all, I can take the name of that thing. In actor origin is invalid. There will be no animations on. No, in actor origin is invalid. That is what we need. And right now, print to log, yes, but text color, no. It will be red as I can be, which is just 1 on RGB. Duration 10 seconds. Key, I don't know, 2137. Magical Polish number. 3D versus Unreal Engine. Hi, how are you doing this Sunday? What's up? I have subscribed. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. How are you doing? What are you working on? 3D versus Unreal Engine says, I like that type of content. Oh, thank you. Unreal Engine 5. That's what you're doing. And what are you doing inside of the Unreal Engine 5? working on some project right now for your channel, or something, or some video game, or some plugin or something. Okay, so this is print string nothing, and we need to have another return node, blah blah blah, where we are giving completely null pointing towards null assets return node, right? But if it is valid, bada bing bada boom, I can create an empty level sequence because we need something. Level sequence empty, because we need something in here to be referenced in order to create the level sequence player. I don't exactly know why it is a requirement, but that is a requirement. Probably those plugins have not been thought to those functionalities haven't been made to be used that way, but you know, we'll try that. And Cord joined the Discord. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Coward. Hi. Nice to have you on the Discord. Okay, so we are creating this, and another error that might pop up is that even though we created the 11 sequence player, for some reason it might not be created. So once again, let's handle that event. Of course, we'll push out the null pointering. There's no such word, but you know what I'm saying. And the name, it will be like couldn't create level sequence actor or level sequence player. And that way, if something is wrong, I will know exactly what. And what the fuck is your problem? Ah, yes, because there are no such variables, of course. What you will do though is, that's what I don't like about blueprints sometimes, is, yeah, let's turn those into local variable. This is level sequence actor. Yeah, we can save them. Although more optimal would be to check if they exist and then actually waste some CPU cycles on saving those variables, right? And this is what I don't like sometimes about blueprints, those spaghettis, but we'll make do with that. And promote to local variable level sequence player. Alright, and it still is not valid because I need to put level sequence actor in here, here and here, and now this, no. Maybe also promote this into local variable in local actor origin. Oh no, maybe not local, because now it will be, it might be conflating with like local space, workspace, etc. No, so it's like in actor origin ref. And also only if it is valid. That's when we'll be wasting CPU cycles to do anything about that. And now we need that get and actor origin ref gets in here, then this gets in here, and actor connected to actor, sequence connected to sequence. And now it is compiling. Cord says facts. And 3D versus Unreal Engine says, I'm working on a 3D platformer. Oh, nice. What kind? Is it more like stylized platformer? Will it be will it be more like that you have to jump on enemies to kill them, or more like, you know, shooting at enemies to kill them? Will there be any enemies? Do you have like an art style chosen, or whatever of the art things you have chosen? How far along are you on your 3D platformer? I'm really curious, and I clicked on something in my rest stream, and I don't want to click on things. Yeah. Oh, you have a nice channel going on in here. Right now I'm looking into it. Nice. Here you are changing assets. Alright, I'm subscribing. I want to see the journey. I see that your dream is to become a game developer. Hello? Nice to have you on the stream and joining into the game developer world. And I subscribed. I want to see your journey. I want to see your journey on that path. Alright, now we have like a general function, and let's see if we didn't mess up things by using that function instead of having all this stuff, because I really want to use that workflow. Of course, let's enable input for this R&D debug input actor, and now let's call, what was the name of it? I already forgot the name of the create level sequence for actor. Okay, create level sequence for actor. We have it. We have our blueprint function. We are putting in this as a reference to self, and sequence actor set, sequence player set. And the thing we have to do, of course, before we will be using any of this stuff, because we don't know, we might have gotten an error out here, right? So we have to check always get for validity of our reference. Validity. Is it valid or not? I'm not sure even if that's the correct English word. Validity. Does it exist? I'm not sure. I'm not native English speaker, as you probably could guess by my thick accent. Okay, I think we got that, and let's see if we will crash the engine or not. Access none, trying to read game state rate. Player HUD. Okay, this is player HUD. I don't give a fuck about player HUD. It is working! Our animations are being played. And this is part of my prototype, shooting arrows from a bow. Believe me, it's a bow, even though it looks like gun. Wink wink. And I have another mode of transportation. You can aim and launch yourself. I really want to work that kind of movement into the game because it's so fucking silly and funny. Aiming, aiming. That type of aiming and launching yourself from your own bow kinda makes me think about golf, or some self-aimed golf balls that are launching themselves with arrows, or some animal that rolls up into a ball and launches into the air when you do that, or whatever. Or maybe it is a human that just goes like that. I don't know yet, but I love that mode of transportation for my prototype. It's so freaking silly. Coward says, it's totally a bow. The strings are stored in the arrow. Yep, I like the way you think, Coward. And here I have a bug, where it will go in the air, in the air, in the air, and at some point it will just die. And we will get back to the launching pad. Coward, this is honestly such a good idea, I might steal it, lol. Yeah, feel free. It is just so funny. Especially when I think what kind of stupid animations I could have on that. I really, really want to have it in my game. My game's not about movement at all, so it will actually, you know, make sense, right? That I could just move from place to place and start shooting my bow. I was even thinking about, in order to make it understandable for player, that hey, this is not a game about movement, coming up with characters such that it would make sense that it doesn't move at all, or it moves super slowly, so you have to use catapult shot in order to move around, right? But it has to make sense visually so players won't be annoyed, and I haven't figured that part yet out. But I am not dealing with art style yet. I want to have a whole stream connected to like aiming at an art style and trying to see if I can implement it in Unreal Engine, what are the problems there, etc, etc. This is like for the future stream for sure. Coward says, the game I'm working on is one where you play as physics object. Ah, I like that. I bet it would be fun to just watch the player bounce and ragdoll around. For sure. For sure. And when you play as a physics object, already you know that just by pure interactions players will have fun. It's great game direction, in my opinion. Great game direction. Just by judging how many people had fun with Gravity Gun in Half-Life 2. All of the physics in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. What was that game? Oh my god, there's this indie game, Humans Fall Flat. Come on, come on. You know you're on the good track, Coward. It is really a good direction. Okay, so I have a workflow for, and a library, small library with one function, but still a library, to support simple animations. Now I want to also see how hard it would be to take like a static mesh, turn it into skeletal mesh in Engine, and animating that via some kind of control rig probably. So let's try that. Let's see what kind of blending gameplay and sequencer animation. Okay, that one is not needed for me right now. Triggering sequences from gameplay. Yeah, it's not needed right now. The one thing that I don't have when I use those regular level sequences, at least I don't think I have right now, is notifications that are present in anim montages and regular animations in Unreal Engine. So, but would I need that for my simple prototypes? Not really. But yeah, let's go into the documentation and maybe let's find how to turn anything really into skeletal mesh. Control rig quick start, no rigging with control rig, start rigging by creating control rig asset, blah blah blah, but that's not exactly what I want. Animating with control rig, that might enable animation mode. What the hell is that? I never used that. That's cool. There's the whole animation mode, control rig posing, etc. Alright. But I want to see for simple objects. I want to turn my static mesh into skeletal mesh, right? Unreal Engine static mesh to skeletal mesh. Someone asked it on a forum twice, some AI shit, and another forum post. Let's see what they have to say about that. Coward says, honestly, if Cruelty Squad can sell as well as it did, I'm convinced having things make sense isn't as important as we may think. Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. If the gameplay is great and involving, nothing can make sense, visually speaking. Or maybe even like, even the game might not make too much sense. But if you will play it and you like it, others might play it and like it, and it might just be the thing that, you know, players will find cool to play with, right? Yeah, 100% right. You have to export your static mesh as skeletal mesh in 3D application. There's no function that can change static mesh into skeletal mesh. But that's bullshit. They've been blasting about that stuff. Yes, you can do this directly inside Unreal Engine. That's exactly what I am going for. Skeletal mesh editing tools. You have to unlock the plugin for that. This is why I'm doing those streams, because sometimes on tutorials, etc., you will find someone, yes, prepared to do these things for you, but then he will go over certain details, he will not meet with certain problems, he will not explain why they are doing the things that they are doing. That's why I'm doing those streams. Head first, no preparation beforehand. I will be facing my head against the same issues as you are. I will be looking at the same documentation and forum posts as you are, showing the real learning curve of certain tools, etc. Because I'm tired of the posers on the YouTube and Twitch and everything, right? So I want to go with the real perspective of like going head first and let's try to figure this shit out, right? Without lying to you or omitting certain details. And then people are asking questions in the comments and not getting answered, etc, etc. That's why I'm doing this thing. So we see this blog post, and it says that I can just take a static mesh and turn it into skeletal mesh with one click. I just need to unlock the plugin, right? And there's like the whole page from who made this? Who made this? But this is like Fortnite? No. Yes, it is Fortnite. Okay, it is Fortnite Unreal Editor. Unreal Editor for Fortnite has two native editors that provide you... Okay, this is Unreal Fortnite Editor, so it's not exactly what I need. I wonder if part of this documentation might be similar, but... So we will leave it. And here is convert static mesh to skeletal mesh quick from Sean Foster. It never remembers my choice, regardless of what I click through. And it's 5 minutes. Okay, first we will try to do it ourselves. Bash our head against the problem. And if it won't work out, we will look at this page, this tutorial, and at this Unreal Editor for Fortnite. But hey, maybe it will be exactly the same as Unreal Editor. Regular Unreal Engine. We'll see. Coward says, posers is such a good way to put it, lol. Yeah, I mean, there are lots of posers out there, and I faced them directly when I wanted to learn something, and it turns out lots of their learning was hidden behind either paywall or just straight up not saying things, right? And that's where I'm questioning like whether someone actually did that or someone told them how to do something and right now they are just getting views and making money off of that or whatever. I don't like that. I like to show off the real process. I like to show off my errors, how I fuck things up, and my own vulnerability, etc., because there's too much non-real content on YouTube and Twitch that can create a false narrative of geniuses out there. That it might, you know, make you feel self-conscious about lots of stuff where if you join the game development companies, and you will see lots of people are having the exact same struggle as you, and that's normal. That's okay. You don't know something, you fight against it, and then you know something. That's a curve, not like someone looking at it and faking in a second, oh, now I know how to do this, and trying to fake that they figured out something in 1 second that takes the whole team to figure out in, like, you know, lots of hours, right? So that's why I'm doing all this shit. Coward then continues about posers. Almost every tutorial I see, short or long, seems to just solve the problem in the worst way they possibly could. That's also another thing, right? No exploration of other ways of doing it, showing you some solution, trying to state that this is a dogma, that's how you should do it, and leaving without any, like, you know, talking about any details, any context, right? Like, yep, this is how you should do it, fuck off, right? And it's like, no, not exactly. The idea that we should just brute force every problem and do the dumbest solution without trying to actually do our best has been so poisonous to programmers. Exactly, I 100% agree with you. Like, you can start with the brute force as an exploration of a solution, right? You can start with the brute force if you have to deliver a result in an hour or the whole company collapses. Yes, then the stakes are completely different. Then you can go back to it and fix it another way, right? There are lots of posts online that are showing you that, yeah, sometimes such situations are necessary because the whole company will collapse in a matter of hours, right? And engineers are working overnight to fix something. But those are those situations. The brute forcing, you know, is supposed to only be a start of the problem to understand how something works, and then you develop an elegant solution towards your needs, your team, etc., etc. I agree with you, Coward, 100%. Coward then continues, especially game devs and web devs. Yup, lots of web dev and game dev community out there, even though they are mostly separate, but we tend to overlap on bullshit. Maybe our Coward continues. Maybe our instinct to look at the most obvious solution and say, but that isn't good enough, is there for a reason. Yup, that's what kinda I've been taught at university. I have to admit, it wasn't something that I was born with, and the way of looking at things, this isn't something that I was born with. I was taught that type of thinking at university, that if you look at the solution, or any kind of dogma or authority, etc., that I should always ask, but is it the best though? Is it the most optimal? Is it the best tool? Is it the best usage for our current situation? Is it the best way of going forward? Surely we should try it out, test it. We should measure it, right? We should compare it with other. Maybe we should try to at least talk out different ways of solving problem, right? We should always be this inquisitive, right? With any algo or any solution, and especially on YouTube or Twitch space or TikTok space or whatever anyone is watching, when they are showing you a quick 15-second video of how to do something. It might be that quick to do something, it might be, you know, that simple, but it always should be, there should always be a question. But is it good enough? Is it actually, you know, good? Maybe it's not. Let me dive deep into first, right? I 100% agree with you. That's why I'm, you know, not ashamed to admit that I don't know something, or I'm looking right now at someone's post to try to find some information, etc., because that's exactly what you would do, right? And if none of this information would bring me any way closer, I would just launch the source code and we'll dive deep into source code to find the solution. Like, I had one stream dealing with mover component, mover plugin in the Unreal Engine. This is like a new plugin, experimental, that is supposed to be the window into the future of Unreal Engine, where it will replace the current solution for moving objects. And only by looking in the code I was able to confirm that, for example, directional gravity is just straight up impossible because it is hard coded in there, and you would have to edit the source code, which is, of course, you can do it, right? But out of the box, no. right? Because I wanted to try out if you could create like a small planet and walk around it and have this directional gravity affect the player and his movement, right? And yeah, only by diving deep and trying to ask yourself questions, just like you said, but that isn't good enough. Trying to be inquisitive, this is the only way to find such issues, right? Okay, so they are saying that I could just create, there is animation mode here. Okay, let's create a simple model, like a new, fresh, freaking, maybe let's create an arrow actually. Let's take an arrow, place it, right? This is our arrow, we'll be animating an arrow, right? Whatever. Yeah, and not autogen folder, current folder, and my current folder is, yeah, blueprint. No, animation R&D, that's where I want to create it. And the only thing that I don't like about modeling mode is that I cannot type in the name of the object that I am doing here. At least I'm not knowledgeable about such way of doing things inside of a modeling mode, because I think I would have to, yeah, I don't have like the outliner in here, etc. to name things. I have to go like accept, and now it will auto create the mesh inside of the folder here, and that's where I can change the name of it, which is kind of insane if you think about it. Static mesh arrow for anim R&D, right? And that's kind of weird that you have to go like that, that I cannot, while creating a mesh, input the name, or maybe I don't know how to do it. I tried to find it, failed at that, but if there is something that I don't know, please call me out on my bullshit. Yeah, editing load, current folder, yep. New mesh settings. I haven't found such way, and I was looking for it, but I might, you know, not look everywhere or miss something. Okay, now convert to skeletal mesh. What we will have here? Destination path. Great. Create new. Yeah, new skeletal. Prefix to remove. SM. Skeletal mesh prefix. Skeleton prefix. Yes. Convert. It created 2 new skeletal meshes for me. Let's see how this worked out, right? First, let's save those things. Now, let's open this up. It has just 1 bone. For simple, super simple animations, yeah, that would be fine. But what if I want to add more bones? Edit skeleton. Okay, I have that thing going on, right? And I have the root bone in here, right? This is a root bone. Okay, add. Okay. Wait, I'm editing root bone right now, and that's not what I want to do. Edit skeleton. I want to add new bone. That's not exactly what I wanted. Edit skeleton, options, mirror, blah. Disconnect, remove. I want to add new bone. New name. I don't know, like spine 1, whatever, right? But it just changed the name. Okay, that's not. Add socket, add virtual bone, but I want to add real bone. Okay, let's get, as I said, let's get back into this. Maybe this will allow us to be a little bit quicker. Select the destination, blah, root bone placement. Click convert to new thumbnails, creating bone hierarchies. Hierarchy action consists of a series of bones and joint chains in the hierarchy. Yeah, I'm aware. Root bone to create a bone hierarchy. Double click on skeletal mesh thumbnail to open the skeletal mesh editor. Then, oh, actually the UI is exactly the same. So it's funny that the documentation for Unreal Editor for Fortnite will aid us in the regular Unreal Editor. But I'm glad there is documentation. How many times have you guys worked with something and there was no documentation, only source code without comments, and you have to figure things out for yourself? Which is also a nice skill to have. Don't get me wrong, but you know, it's nice to have documentations, etc. Okay, from skeleton tools, edit skeleton and add. That's what I was clicking though. In the skeleton tree, select the root bone to highlight it, and then click add button. The green plus sign, and select new bone from the options. On the right click, you can right click root bone in the skeleton tree and select new bone from the context menu. A joint bone appears in the skeleton tree under the root bone, and the bone appears in the... Okay, so once again, that's what I was supposed to click, right? Great. Edit skeleton. I'm supposed to select this, add action, and new bone. Okay, I just didn't look through the UX properly. It's my fault, not the engine. I just didn't direct my attention to the right side of the screen. It's just me being dummy. But, you know, that's a regular thing. That's one of the things that some of the posers on the internet are incapable of doing. Admit to the being wrong or being dummy. And that's what's stopping the progress, because in my opinion, if you're learning something new, admitting that you don't know something is the first pass of acquiring new knowledge. So I don't understand how someone can learn things and never admit to fault, never admit to error or lacking knowledge. I don't understand that. Okay, I have a new joint. I don't know how to call it, so I will go with like spline 1. Let's leave bashing of posers out there. Okay, I want this. It's super intuitive actually to do this thing in here. Okay, and let's add another bone to it. Yeah. Spline 2. This naming convention doesn't make any sense, but bear with me. Oh, no, I didn't want this to be here. I want this to be like here. And the last spline, of course, spline 3. Okay, and here. Accept. Now I have a completely new skeletal thingy in here, but I have no idea why right now my skeleton is still this and my skeleton here is in there. To create a new bone for the end of the socket, select a bone. Okay. Testing the skeletal mesh. Before trying to animation the skeleton, you should make sure that the bone placement makes sense for the mesh. You can preview which parts of the mesh the skeleton affects by bind skin tools. Show me that. Skin, bind skin. Oh, heat map of skinning. Great. And it automatically does that. To see how the movement affects the mesh, you can go into skeleton editor and move the bones in the viewport. If the mesh doesn't move as expected, you can go back to skeletal mesh editor and add more bones. Okay, but there's one thing though. Yeah, I can edit mesh weights, etc. Great. That's lovely. That's actually really lovely. because it means that if I will come up with some fucked up character for my game, I can by hand create mesh weights in the editor. I don't have to go back to Blender. Okay, so I should go into skin, bind skin, and I can just go through those things. Okay, alright, it looks like it will be correct. Yeah, accept, whatever, but for some reason my skeleton is still only containing the root. Do I have to click like some refresh or whatever? What the hell? I'm not really sure. Why the skeleton in the skeleton asset contains one bone, but skeletal mesh asset right now contains a lot of bones. Whoa, there's like the whole thing that you could do with this skeletal mesh editor. I love it actually. It means I can come up with fucked up characters and I can actually work with them here, set them up, etc. I actually like that. Okay, let's get back into this and blah 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 blah, editing mesh weights. That's not exactly what I want to do. Let's get back to testing the skeletal mesh. Because as I understand in their example, after they did the changes and created the whole skeleton, use the skeleton tree to navigate. If the movement of the mesh is close to perfect, but you notice some pulling on the mesh when a particular part is moving, or the mesh isn't moving as expected, you can remove the weight. Yeah, but skeleton editor and move the bones. Okay, so they didn't click anything to make it look the same way. Okay, but I can just take a thing, right, and start animating it that way. Okay, I can go like this and be like, hey. Okay, but what if I rotate it? Huh, that's funny. But I thought it would break in more parts, but I could just always add spline bones and stuff, right? Because I did it like really big, right? Yeah, if I could add more bones to it, then I would be able to move it even more, break it into more parts, etc., which is obvious, but I love this editor, I'll be honest. I can just not jump out of the engine and do things. That's wonderful. So yeah, editing mesh weights, I won't be doing that right now. I can fix skeleton. Oh, so if I import, I buy some asset, I can also fix that. That's great. That's great. Okay, so now I want to animate this arrow. I created my own thingy. Let's jump into animation mode, right? Select this. And nothing happens. Poses, control rig pose, tweens, blah blah. I have to create a control rig for that. Okay, I think I need to create a control rig. Skeleton, assign, skeleton, no. Control rig, create control rig. I think I have to do that. I don't like that naming. Control rig, convention, and suffixes. I don't like postfixes and the naming convention in Unreal because you deal with a lot of assets And usually you don't see the ending of the asset. So everything that is needed, I put it up front. Like control rig, CR underscore, and I know what I'm dealing with, right away. I have that. Okay, let's open up the page of animation editor mode. Animating with control rig. Do I have to create? Okay, I have to create the control rig for animation. Okay, create control rig, add control rig, whatever. What is modular control rigs? This is an experimental feature. Oh shit, we're venturing into uncharted territories. I need to turn on new plugin. Okay, and what else? I have to work with exposure? Why? That's not at all what I want to do, because it's all about modular characters, arm rigs, etc. But that's not what I want to do. So I just want to create a nice animation. Elements overview. Controls, bones, and nose are created by right-clicking in the rig card. And that's where I can do that. Okay, do I even have such thing in here? Switch the rig module. I'm so way out of my depth in here. I never used it in that way. I just want to start creating things for my whole thing. Okay, I have created and opened a control rig for my character. Rig hierarchy panel. I don't have such panel. I have it here. Oh my god, it is so small. Alright, so now I can add new element, new control. It is animation control, of course. And now I can, okay, this is like a root. Now I want to add new element in hue, new control. Where's my object? My object is like here. Alright. Where's my root? Also here. Let's get back. Okay. Spline control. And how that works. It doesn't. That's the way it works. Okay. Euler transform, rotator, scale float. Yeah. Okay. Animation control, animation channel, proxy control. Animation control. That's all great, but by default creating one of these elements will locate it at the original viewport. If you have an element selected in the rig hierarchy panel, instead create it at location parented to and then select it. This makes it easy to align your elements with each other using this selection context. Okay. Okay, I can write a Python script. That's all cool and dandy, but now I wanna move things. Okay, transform limits. That's not exactly. workflow example as an effector, and then I finger IK, but that's not exactly what I want to do. I just want to start animating. I get IK and everything, but do I have to do some solving? This might be a little bit more in depth than I thought. It's just not like, hey, convert static mesh into skeletal mesh, add some bones, and start animating it, right? Unless I'm wrong and I can animate it without control rig. But I don't think I can do that stuff. Let's get back into animating things. Skeletal mesh animation. How about that? Wait. There's a viewport for that. Editor modes. Each animator editor mode can be opened with their respective sequence, blueprint editor, skeleton editor, skeletal mesh editor, animation sequence editor. Okay, that's not exactly what I want. Okay, so I don't think you can do it without control rig. Which makes sense because you need to have some level of control other than just bones, right? So, yeah, okay. Live links, of course, debugging and optimization workflow. That's not exactly what I'm in here for right now. I just wanted to do a quick animation. Okay. So let's get back to control rig. I already have animating with control rig opened up. Maybe I have to do something with rigging with control rig? Something different? No, not really. I just did that. So okay, I get it. I can put a rig and a sequencer, and then I can start sequencing things. Okay, so I get that point of the journey, right? Like now I have that, and I have like something that controls splines 1. Now I want to also add new element, new control here, and new element, new control in here. I want this to be controlled like that. And will you control this bone? No, you don't do jack shit. I wonder why. Does my control rig control doesn't move a bone actually? What the hell is going on? I'm missing some step. I'm missing some important step here. This is what going through tutorial would probably, the guy would prepare beforehand and would skip that step, but right now I have a control thing attached to a bone, right? And I can turn it into just rotator or whatever, Euler transform or scale float or whatever, right? But let's leave it at Euler transform. And it doesn't affect, maybe I need to compile or something. Nope, it doesn't affect the bone at all. So did I mess it up? Do I have to go like here, control bone transform, sets the bone transform. Now it's working, but I'm animating the bone itself. That's not exactly what I want to do, right? So what the hell? There's like some step that I'm missing that is not being described in such a way that I understand it in the documentation. Yeah, you see, that's why I said like you need to plan for animation and how you are going to control them, etc. immediately from the start, right? Because for example, right now I want to animate my little arrow and I'm stuck at just creating a control rig of that, right? If I made some assumptions about how easy it would be to control this, etc., and then later I would try to do it, I would fuck up, right? Because it might turn out that my whole setup for working with that would be obsolete, right? Because I have to do something else. They're doing something funny in here, like when creating controls relative to a bone, the control will automatically inherit the same name as the bone and apply the controller's suffix. Creating multiple controls, okay. But how do I make sure that my control controls the bone that I wanted it to? There are a variety of control types. You can specify the type. Animation control, animation. The default control is a normal visible animatable control. Proxy driven controls. Control hand left. Okay, I can create like some proxies, etc. Okay. But transform limits. Okay, it doesn't move their bones well. Separate from normal bones that are included in your skeleton, new bones can also be created in control rig. These bones can be used in an auxiliary manner to provide extra bones for specific rigging behaviors, such as making the ending effectors in an IK chain or making a dummy bones in order to control rear bones in a consolidated manner. Do I have to create fake bones in order to control real bones each time? I'm not sure if I'm liking that thing. Okay, initial is starting value of the element before control rig logic. Okay, current, offset, transform. Okay, there's nothing about how to make my control do I have to click like driven controls and do that? No, nothing. I have to compile it. No, nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. I can start moving it here, there, nothing happens. Driven control, filter channels. Do I need to set up something here? No, it doesn't make sense because I don't have any IK in here. I think I need to open the control rig of the regular character and look at it for a source of inspiration. All, let's search only for control rig. Control rig. Anything that is attached to control rig. Seer mannequin body. Yeah, let's look at that. Let us open this up. Let's look at their asset and try to see what why opening up editor makes it want to check out with control source? I have no idea. Backward solve, construction event, and then we have forward solve. That does some sequence, it sets some transform bones, blah blah blah. Really, do I have to set up shit like that in order for it to work? Forward clavicle, local function. It takes the type of control, clavicle left control, and really, do I have to do it like that? I thought that maybe if I just create a controller in the rig hierarchy, it will automatically know that it's supposed to take the data from my controller and put it into this specific bone. But maybe you have to do a little bit of blueprint scripting. I never really worked like with control rigs. I'm not an animator, so maybe that's obvious to you, but not for me. But the way it works, actually, it kind of looks like that. Like we have like some controls in here, like, oh, okay, here's like tie R FK control, and okay, let's try it if that's what we're going for. Show me that function. It just takes set transform bone, right? Okay, let's try this, like set transform bone. But I wonder why it has bone here. And I can change the set transform bone item. This. And wait, what? How do you put this thing in here? Like, okay, let's, is there like a find? No. Yes, find references. Whoa. Okay. Make array, and it goes into like bones. Okay, what's another moment? Okay, here's when they're doing this for forward leg. And this is like going into bones in here, and these like, and the bones get ignored. That's nice. Get bones here, and it's like, whoa, it's all complicated. While all I want to do is be like, hey, this control rig, this control thing, get control, sets the transform for this bone, right? There's an error, of course, because unresolved pattern of a wildcard. I have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Direct manipulation. What? Okay, maybe I want this to be spline 1 control. And maybe... yeah, and so what happens now? Oh! Now I realize how dummy I was. Of course. That's why it is so awesome, because with control rig I can basically script a way in which way I want to have my controls to affect which bones in what way, and I can do some craziest shit in here. That's why it doesn't work out of the box. My wrong assumption was that if I put a controller as a child of a given bone, that it would automatically take the transform of itself to a and apply it to a bone. You have to set it up on your own, which at the beginning I thought that's bullshit, blah blah blah, but now I'm thinking no, it's actually quite powerful, because I can do crazy ass mathematical shit in here. I can restrict, I can IK, I can double, whoa, like, awesome. Okay, now I understand the purpose of this all. And why it is good to try to make your own control rig as an exercise. Right, so yes, let's take control of those 3 things in here. Or my 3 little bones, and try to animate that. And maybe I'll be able to show the particle spawning via animation, huh? How about that? We talked with Coward here about that, maybe we'll be able to show that off. Sorry for that. Alright, it should probably all work out. Like now, spline 1 will work weirdly in that way. I can stretch this shit out here and do some crazy shit with it now. But initials are at 0, 0, 0. Okay, compile everything, save everything. This is the way it will be solved. Great. Now I think I can animate this in world, right? They said all I have to do is first of all, turn off the all filters. Second of all, add the control rig in here, and automatically it opens up the sequencer. Great. I can do layers of animation. Whoa, whoa. Okay, this is not the sequencer that I wanted here. So it might not exactly be what I wanted. Okay, let's go into animation mode. Hello. I want to animate the control rig. No poses. Layers, anim layers. Okay, I'm not really sure how to bring up the... Wait, what? Okay, let me delete this. Yeah, delete it, and let's put it once again in here. We got the sequencer. Save the current, but it is like a level sequence, right? That's weird. But okay, I can, from what I can see, I can still animate that shit, right? Like I can, let's do it like a 1 second animation, and I thought that the same hotkey works in here if I press enter for keying. No? I have to be like this, and this, right? How about we open up the curve editing, right? And I don't know. Actually, no, I don't want to edit like this. I want to go like that. I want to take a spline control 1 maybe, and I want to move it here. Something weird is happening here, like this and that. Let me take spline control 2, move it in some space. Whoa! No. And it I have no freaking clue what is going on. Why is it behaving that weirdly? Actually, maybe just one bone like that. Oh. It didn't work out? What the hell? I just wanted to move it here and enter. Okay, this is just these were just problems of my animation workflow because I'm not an animator, so that's what I would have to learn. That each time I'm doing something, I have to press enter. And how about spline 2 just rotate in, I don't know, that direction, right? Enter, and that's it, really. This is my stupid little animation, right? Okay, I don't do anim layers right now. Oh, but I can add anim layers. Okay. and have additive animation. Ooh! This topic just got deeper because I can have additive animations, which means, hey, I can place data on top of my data. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, anim layers, let's not do them right now, and let's delete the anim layer. This is our stupid animation, right? I'm saving some sequence, but I don't know where and how and what is going on. I clicked save and I saved it as a, why is it putting it here? Can't I just like click save as, animation R&D, level sequence, I don't know, arrow takes. The workflow with that is kind of weird though, I have to admit, because I am not entirely sure how I am supposed to bang out like 10 animations with this one view space. It seems like I would have to create level sequence each time I am animating something, which doesn't seem fine because it will create like a lot of assets that I don't care about. But I can click here and I can export it as the FBX. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to export it as anim montage or regular anim montage. How the hell can I do that? It's not a render thing. Do I have to go into here and no, there is nothing like, hey, make a montage out of this, right? How the hell can I export it as a montage? Because that's like the final cue that I need here. This is saving the current sequence. Bake transform and world space, removing any existing transform and attached tracks. I don't want to bake it. Do I really have to export it as FBX file and then re-import it as anim montage? Nah, that's straight up BS. It cannot be like that, right? Animating with control rig, animating in sequencer. A control rig can be interacted with and animated in sequencer. You can either add a new control rig capable character to your sequence or add the control rig to currently existing character. Okay, begin animating. This will open new sequencer with tracks to it. This sequencer already contains select. You want to attack control. Viewport, blah blah. The controls can be keyframed, so we can animate the shit inside of it. Multiple control rigs, layer control rig tracks. Okay, convert to layer. Okay, but now I want to export it as an actual animation. Nothing like that? I don't believe you. Barabbas on Discord, written an info from AI, Research AI. To export an animation sequence as a montage in Unreal Engine, you can follow these steps. If you want to scale the moves around an orange independent of the root, keep the axis 0, and take record. Let's see if it is true. Because I'm quite sure that sometime, long time ago at work, I had to click through something like that. Right, and oh, AI was right. Thank you, Barabbas. Thank you, thank you. And create link, bake pose asset, bake to control rig. No, I don't want to bake to control rig. Bake animation sequence. Export transforms, etc, etc. Okay, and export to animation sequence. Let's see how this looks like. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Barabbas came in with a save from AI. We have our animation sequence right now, and it gets played. Nice. And now, how about I still have 10 minutes left, we end the stream with creating an anim montage, and we will play a particle, kind of like projectile particle, inside of this animation. Shall we? Okay, so the way to work with that is right click here and bake animation sequence. We can also bake poses. For sure we'll be going back to the animation streams because I want to animate certain things for my game. But yeah. But I think for my cubes, etc., I will be using the method with the level sequences because it just might be a little bit quicker than creating a skeletal mesh for each and every cube. Or maybe not. I have to think about that. But now, we have that. We can create anim montage. Name it anim montage actually. And that name also sucks because it should be A. Okay. And now, the way you do it is, here's our whole animation, right? It is very stupid. And we can add a notify in here. Add notify, play, Niagara particle effect. So it means that at this moment the Niagara will be spawned. Now we have to choose the Niagara, which I have a lot of those here. And I don't know which one to choose. So let's put maybe this, or maybe let's go to Niagara, fire, candle, fire, distortion. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got a lot of stuff in here. Explosion. Let's put here an explosion, right? And let's see how it will look. Explosion from the Niagara is here. That's funny. But I think we can do an attachment here if I remember correctly. Yes. We can attach it to socket, but for some reason drop down list for the sockets doesn't work. So I have to go like that. Spline free. Let's select that, copy that. Spline free. Now it shows up. Thank you. And it should be playing from top at the end of it, right? Maybe this explosion is a little bit too much. Do we have smaller one? Kind of smaller one. Flaming arrow. Okay, now, and that's the way you would do those imps shooting projectiles, but instead of having notification with Niagara, you would have notification that will be calling the custom code that will actually be spawning projectile, right? And for example, Unreal Engine, you can create this notification in Blueprint. Anim not okay. Notif. What the hell are you talking about? That you cannot do this? I know you can because I did this. So it's like here and anim notify. Yes, anim notify. Bang, and we can bang out BP explosion notify or whatever, right? And we can have like some override a function, receive notify that we just started. We have a mesh component, animation we are coming from, etc. And we can just do like Niagara play, Niagara, what the hell? Spawn system attached, that's what I wanted. That was stupid of me. Attached to a component, I can put in like spline free once again, and I could select the exact same explosion. And here, this is my attach point. Spawn it, and this is the exact script that will be called in here. We can add another notification track, bank notify, BP explosion notify. I can delete this for a hot second, and it should also trigger probably. It doesn't attach correctly. Of course, because I mistyped. Spline underscore, and of course auto destroy pulling method auto release, so it will be released from memory when it finishes. And now it should be working the exact same way that it did before, right? So that's how you would do those notifications if you need some custom stuff. And now I can actually, let's go back to selection, blah 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 blah, and let's turn off the sequencer as I don't need it right now. I can create like a simple blueprint. Blueprint, quick little blueprint, actor, BP flaming arrow. On begin play, of course, I should enable input for this actor, and I have to add skeletal mesh in here instead of static mesh, right? And I should choose this, right? Yeah, use animation blueprint, although I don't have any animation class, so I'm not sure if actually play anim montage will work. We'll see. Play montage. I'm not sure if I can play montages without animation blueprints, so we will see. This is actually interesting. Debug key, I don't know, J. And now let's take our sequence. It might not work because we might not have animation blueprint, right? We'll see. Let's delete that thing out of here. Yeah, sure. BP flaming arrow. Press play. Yup, it's not working, even though the event is playing, because our skeletal mesh doesn't have any animation blueprint whatsoever. Custom mode, maybe this will be working to just play the animation. Nope. That's the last part that I didn't cover here. Yes, if I create such animation, I want to play it on as a montage on my skeletal mesh, I should have some animation blueprint in here. But of course I could also choose that and just be done with it, and then I don't even need to do anything in blueprint because it will just be playing. But the one thing that why I probably won't be using that workflow is because right now I would have to create like a anim blueprint for that, which kind of sucks. Where is my skeletal mesh? Yes, create anim blueprint. Maybe I can just create it and that's it. Note, result was visible but ignores. I wonder if empty blueprint will be alright. Use animation blueprint. Oh my god. Let's see. Nope. I mean, it plays the animation, but nothing gets translated to bones. So I would have to also deal with that. So it doesn't really work for me personally as a quick, let's make a couple of animations for my object. Like for prototype, like I want to animate some cube, etc. Because I would always have to create a new skeletal mesh asset, create a rig for it, which if I'm only animating cubes, I can only do it once. And I can only do one animation blueprint, and then I can just blast out animations and be done with it. But if I want to animate different cubes in a different way, cones, spheres, some other custom meshes, etc., each time I would have to go through the whole process of creating skeletal mesh, then control rig, then animation blueprint, then I should play montages. But although, maybe I wouldn't have to. Maybe. Maybe I won't have to. Okay, quick Google search doesn't give me like enough answers. Yeah, I might try it on the next stream to see if I could maybe simplify this workflow with skeletal meshes, but although I'll be honest, for my prototypes right now, the easiest is like, hey, let's drop my actor in the level, right, like this cube. Let's quickly animate it via level sequence, save the level sequence, and then let's use my function and play sequences that I want. Because for those prototypes I won't be using any layering, any bones really, etc. So that would be the quickest. And my goddamn Restream chat factor, blasted off. Because I didn't, sorry Coward, I didn't see your messages, because it's the second time in a row when Restream fucked up and I don't see I don't see it. Coward says, I've rewritten the game I'm working on about 3, arguably 4 times. I swear on my own life that if I just kept pushing through with version 1, this simple project would have taken a year to finish. Yep, there's a chest of wisdom between I don't know and I don't need won't know. I'm really an AI person, but it does feel great to just feed one of them some Git repository and ask it to explain something they did to me. Yeah, right. I meant I'm not really an AI person. Yeah, I get what you mean. I find that they're better at telling you about data they have at hand rather than creating new data. Yeah. Alright, I gotta get ready for work. Have a good stream, buddy. Yeah, I'm right now finishing too. Sorry for not reading it earlier. Once again, Restream did something weird for me when it wasn't showing me any chat until I started clicking through it. So, mea culpa, sorry for that once again. I agree with what you said though, and I hope you had a nice day of work. I had a good stream. It was nice having you here, and yeah, the only thing that I feel like I left unresolved, which I want to pick up on the next stream, like right from the get-go, is making as simplest animation blueprint out there as possible to play those anime montages, right? So maybe I could reuse certain things from here. I'm not great. Not great. I'm actually never really used anim BPs. That's the part that I said that the gameplay programmer and animation programmer and animator doesn't have too much of an overlap, right? Because I didn't really work with animation blueprints that much, only like simple things really. So I think, Oh, I think actually I resolved that thing, because there's like a default slot group on anim montage, and now it should be working for that. Yep. Okay, no threads left unresolved. Now our animation montage is getting played when we want it to. The simplest anim blueprint is just taking the default group slot from montage, and putting it into output pose. That's where you could also create like a lot of other posing, anim blending, and aim offset logic in here, which at one day I will probably explore a little bit more in detail. But yeah, I think for all the things that engine provides in here for me, I think at least for now, for my simple prototypes of objects that I shoot at and they are animating with the scale or quick rotation or whatever, I will stick to like level sequences that I will be playing with my little library in here. I could also probably create like a blueprint function that will do that. Like, hey, play the sequence, and it will automatically do all of that shit. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, so for my prototypes, I will for sure be using a regular level sequence. If I will be needing more of a complicated animation, I will probably use create my skeletal mesh, create control rig for it now that I know how it works and why it is needed, etc, etc, animation montages, and just go with that. And for sure you can animate shit in engine. Actually, I would say that the control rig, where you can do whatever, an animation blueprint gives you so much stuff that you can do procedurally or whatnot, that it really pays off to learn even more about that shit. That was just a dipping toe into the water of animation systems in Unreal Engine. Alright, I have to go, guys. So, without further ado, and sorry for not reading those messages, coward. Without further ado, I gotta go, but couple of housekeeping things, because I'll be going on vacation soon. You stupid calendar. Can I just... No, I cannot look at calendar like this, because that would be too freaking easy. So I will just look at the phone. Or maybe I will just... Where the hell was that? Because I'm going on vacation and I will be in more remote place. Can I just go into calendar? Yeah, thank you. Okay, fuck off. Dark theme, yeah, whatever. Month, thank you. And I'll be off on the next Sunday. I'll be in remote location, in such location where I wouldn't be able to use internet that much, so I won't be able to stream on the 2nd of August. And I think also I won't be able to stream on the 9th. So I will have a 2-week off. What the fuck is this? I have no idea. Okay, I know which exactly Polish holiday is this. Okay. So I won't be able to stream for the 2 Sundays in a row, which I deeply apologize for. I'm going off for vacation into a remote location, and I'll be back on 16th of August. Please look forward to that stream. We will be back with more of a gameplay prototyping thingies. Yeah, and that's been me for the month of July. See you in August, on 16th of August, right? Did I remember it correctly? 16th of August? No, I was looking at it badly. 17th of August. Last fuck up of the stream, I hope. And I hope have fixed or bought new mic, so audio will be better. So, bye bye guys. Have a great rest of the day and a great next 2 weeks until we see again. Bye bye.